the scenes, kila wakati wanaendelea preparing for it. So hata tukikataa sana, they are behind the scenes, they are working on it. And my suspicion is they'll just wait. And now they are just testing the waters and seeing the reaction. So they will wait until we are through with the 2027 elections, which they will do whatever it takes so that they are declared the winners. Then they will be in power for up to 2030 there. That is when they will start introducing these ideas of changing the term limits. Vile tu Museveni alifanya, the constitution was saying that beyond a certain age, someone cannot buy. Na Museveni alingoja akangoja ile time alikuwa anakaribia that time, ndio he sent his soldiers on the ground to go to parliament and change that law. So I see them doing a similar thing. They'll just wait. Towards the end of the second term, that is when now they will come up with this idea and they will push it, waiskume. Finally, they will change the law. The question is, what is you and me can do? This is our country. We are the taxpayers. We run everything in this country. Even the roads outside our place. It is us who fund them. So what can we do? We have to continue with the civic education. We have to continue fighting these bad laws. Because if we relax, tukirelax hata kidogo, they will change and they will have their way, na sisi ndio tutaumia. So we continue fighting. I was part of the guys that sent emails to make sure, but ours was not to crash the email. Ours was to, tell them that we are not comfortable with this change of the law. So that is what we can do. We continue fighting for this country. We cannot give up on this country. If we allow this country to fail, if we become a failed state, now imagine we become like these are the countries that have their refugees inside our borders. Sasa tutaanza kwenda nchi zingine. And if you look at these guys that are living in our country as refugees, are they living a good life? Can they be able to start businesses, big businesses? Can they be able to run spaces like the one that we are running here? Can they be able to vote for leaders and, do all these things? No. They're depending on handouts from people like the United Nations. And I'm not laughing at them. Ni institution tu iliwapata. Even us having this stable country, ni mapenzi ya Mungu. See it, we pray harder than the rest. In fact, you might find that they are even hardworking and praying more than we do. But we cannot allow our country to become a failed state. If these people can wake up and start changing the laws, it is our constitutional right to fight against these bad laws. Now, see it, we are against anybody being in power. No, just be in power. If you want to vie tomorrow, if you want to vie and become the president of this country, no one stops you so long as you do it the legal way. Yeah, and changing these laws is not a good thing. Ni kitu inaonekana tu. It's not something that we need to be arguing about. Ni kitu inaonekana, it's not a good thing. So we have to continue fighting it. Yeah, thanks. That was my time. I yield my mic.
Thank you, Luca, for that. Of course, 7 years for your president, 7 years for you. Is that what Kenyans? For me, it's more of a priority question. Is that what we need at this moment as a country? Do we need a presidential term conversation at this time, or is it a political political conversation just to confuse people? And also there's also the issue of extrajudicial killings. I saw the body of that guy who was removed from the water We mkituona tuna freak out, it's for real man. Yeah, it is for real. Ni kubaya. So this guy was found handcuffed nyuma ya mgongo. Sijui kama uliona Luka. Handcuffed. Alikuwa amewekwa pingu. So I'm wondering who in Kenya has that police grade handcuff. Mwenye anaweza execute hivyo. And the way a Citizen gave us a blow by blow movement ya huyo jamaa. Hi.
These people do not care. They are vicious. They don't care. They can go for anyone. Ukumbuki vile Morara alianza ku do this, exposing the projects. Actually, the Morara that we knew those days, when he was exposing, kuna watu walisema huyu jamaa atakujiwa because in this country when you do the right things utatembelewa, but that is the practice of the cowards. In this world, even Nelson Mandela was designated as a terrorist, even into his presidency. So, and we also during his presidency and even after that, kuna kitu mbaya waliwahi fanya kweli, even to the tormentors. No, he was standing for the right thing. So, standing for the right things or doing standing for the truth and doing the right things, you are bound to get into trouble with those people who are doing the opposite. Inakwanga hivyo across the world. So ni kawaida, it's expected that so like that guy now. Sasa huyo jamaa wenye walifanya hivyo, it's very disturbing, very very disturbing. And mi ushangaa hawa watu wako na ubinadamu kweli? Do they sit down and think that this is someone's son, someone's daughter that doing this? It's very very sad.
Imagine hawata imagine eti mtu ndo watampata hivi, yani wanaenda wanamtupa tu kama ghasia. I was really disappointed bana.
Si
And
basi
you know,
wangemwacha tu, wasimweke pingu, wamwacha tu, hata wamemrusha kwa barabara. Even the killers of
dignity.
Robert Huko did not do that. Did they leave him with the cufflinks?
No,
Very very sad.
yani it's like a warning ama ni nini? Yeah? Because Edwin ako hapa pia, kama ako na kitu ya kutuongelesha nayo pia tusimgeuzie podcast. Edwin Makoti. Wewe ni kwenda anaenda. So Matoke, there is a lot of things that are going on, and if we do not talk vile unasema, and I'm glad that you guys also listen to the call of signing those memoranda. So, hata kama hawatakubali eti tulikataa, by us saying that, we know morally we said no to it, and you guys went on to do it. Who told you? Nani aliwaambia? You get. But if you did not sign, then you have no business. You cannot take part in saying that nilikuwa nimetake part. Wapi? Exactly. So Marabu Stocks, I see you in the building. Alkebulan Cyprian, shout out to you. Naona watu kadhaa wawili watatu hapa hivi ndani. Thank you so much for tuning in on Home Run with PP. We are at 3 minutes past 5 p.m.
This is Home Run with PP.
And of course, here on Home Run with PP, we talk about social issues that are happening. And of course, today President Ruto was in a place called, I think it's in Turkana, where he was launching a cultural festival, and he insisted on the visa-free entry into Kenya. And I remember that yesterday we were also looking at the security consequences of that and all that. So I think we keep on, when Luca is saying we need to keep on doing the civic education, making sure that we keep on going. Now, of course, what is happening what is happening with our Senate? Why is it that vitu zenye zinawasumbua ni vitu zenye si important? Our parliament went on recess without approving. Sasa sikia hii crazy, Luka. If you have a friend, do you have any friend who works in the county, Luka? In a, in any county?
Yes, I have a couple of friends and I work in my home county of Nyamira.
Wamekwambia wamelipwa mshahara?
Nimekuwa nikisikia fununu. I see them posting on Facebook that si kuzuri, so I think kuna shida huko.
Unasikia sasa, jana niliona kwamba they have not been receiving money counties. Alafu unajua sasa what happens is budget yetu ya pesa inakuanga approved by both houses of the country, that is parliament, yeah. But if there is no agreement, they have to arbitrate, so they'll have to bring a committee, wakae chini waelewane. If they do not agree, hiyo story inakansoliwa tu hivyo na inaenda hivyo hivyo, which means counties will have to be starved of money. Unacheki? So
Yeah.
The MPs after kupitch Gachagua, because I think hawakutaka kurudishwa kwa bunge ama nini, so they went on immediate recess. So counties are not going to get money.
Those are the things wanafaa kuwa kiongea. There are so many issues that are affecting our country that we should even be talking. Si hata heri basi wangekuwa wanaongelelea about this issue of our brothers from Somalia wenye, you know, one of their own was killed. Si labda hata wangekuwa wanaongea that thing. At least it adds value to our country. Yeah?
Minister for Interior angekuwa ameitwa hapo kwa ofisi, ameulizwa maswali matatu pale bunge, si ndio? MPs could have raised a question. Kuna mtu alikuwa anasema just even raising a question.
Yeah, hizo ndo vitu wangekuwa wanaongea. Even those are the things like we should be talking about. But sasa, anyway, as someone said, you know, our parliament and Senate, both houses, the praise and worship ya one William Ruto. Yeah, whatever he says is what they do. Yeah, they are serving the executive.
Wanamwamini.
They are serving William Ruto. Yes? You can
na wanamwamini sana. I'm telling guys, wale wenye wako kwenye listener panel, msituache tu podcast na ndugu yangu hapa hivi. We want to hear your opinion as well. Your opinion matters on Home Run. And of course, we as you said earlier this week, we cannot afford to just keep quiet and fade into the darkness. We do not have that luxury as a people. Let me give you statistics from Douglas Kanja. He says 334 deaths, murders, not deaths, murders, have been reported since April. Hebu piga hiyo calculation. Mr. Future anasema they feeling certain force that they are not ready to tell the citizens, and they know that we can't take the truth. That's why they wanafanya vitu za ufala to keep busy. Mr. Future anasema kwamba mimi na believe that the Gen Z protest was from the government. I mean, inside job. I participated in the demo fighting for my country and demanding for change. But ever since, the bills and policies that are passing, it's normal. These senators and MPs are I think wanasema they are facing some certain force. I think I read it upside down. That's why they are not ready to tell the citizens, and that's and they know what we can't take the truth. That's why wanafanya vitu za ufala to keep busy. Well, yeah, you can write in the comment section as well. Talk to us, and also tell us what is happening on your side as well. So it's quite a catch-22 if you come to think of it, Bwana Luka. Yeah, that now that siasa yetu imeamua kugeuka echo chamber, and now we are looking at this Rigathi Gachagua thing. It has been pushed again to next week. Do you think you're gonna do this until 2027?
There might be a probability that these guys are playing a game. They are playing a game, diverting our attention as they do their weird things. Like now they are done a thing. See, hii kitu imekuwa ikihappen tu wakati we were focusing on the impeachment ya Gachagua. Actually ndio hiyo time hiyo kitu ime go through Kentraco thing, that is when it has been signed. So labda they are diverting our attention, and I'll not be surprised to find that, after the guy that kicked out Gachagua maybe ndio ana sponsor these lawyers to be, going to the courts, so that we focus most of our time there to sahau the real thing. I'll not be surprised if it's that way. I'm not saying that is what they're doing, but it can be a probability. Inawezekana wanafanya hivyo na sisi ndio tunachezewa. Najua sisi wa Kenya tumechezewa sana, tumechezewa to a point ni kama tumekubali mchezo.
Tunapenda siasa, hata mtu akikuja kutafuta kiti ya siasa tunamuuliza unajua kupiga siasa kweli wewe? Unajua siasa. Politics have become so dirty that you have to decide, ni kama unajitoa mhanga hivi. Yeah? Anaitwa nani? Edwin, umerudi kwenye mic. What do you want to tell us, baba?
So Pipi, venye tu nilikuwa nasema saa zile, you see, one thing that people don't know is that this guy has never been that kind of person who wants change, eh? Because even for those years yenye alikuwa MP for Turbo, hiyo Turbo hata hakuna kitu ya maana yenye jamaa aliwaifanya, including his home place pale hivyo Sugoi, yani hakuna kitu ya maana iko pale. So hapa hivi tu ni ile tu wa Kenya tu tulioga tu na nguo na tukaamua tu hivyo ndio vile itakuwa, kwa sababu huyu jamaa hata ukimwangalia mimi huwa nasikia watu wakisifia tu jamaa sijaleta changes sijui kwa education, analeta changes sijui wapi. Huyu mtu hakuna changes yote yenye anaweza leta hapa. The only thing yenye iko hapa hivi tu ni sisi tukubali tu ya kwamba hapa tuliumia na hivyo ndio vile iko. Another thing is this guy ni amekuwa venye amekuwa loadwa, there's something amekuwa kiongelea kuhusu mambo ya kugawanya sijui watu nini. So you see it's like sasa ameamua sasa kuanza kupunch sasa. Ameanza kupunch number 2 wake na hataki kujua. Ameamua tu kuchoma shule. But anyway, hapa hivi it is high time wananchi tunafaa tuanze kufikiria venye tunafaa ku handle these things, because penye imefikia hakuna changes zozote zenye zinaweza tokea hapa hivi kwa serikali hapa kama tunaangalia tu hivi juu. Huyu jamaa hata ukiangalia hizo maadani, mashaa, manini, everything yenye analeta hakuna kitu inakaa ni kama yenye inawaka. Everything tu inakaa ni kama imestuck. Na unaona jamaa doesn't give a shit about it. Yako tu kuongea hapa. The moment you mention anything yenye inahusiana na hizo vitu unaona ana criticize. Haya. Watu wengine wenye mimi nashangaa na wao ni hao wabunge wenye tulichagua. Yaani hao wabunge wamekuwa sasa hizi hao ni flower girls tu wa huyu jamaa. Yaani Kenya anasema ndio wanafanya. Yaani those guys they don't know that wako na power na kwamba huyu jamaa wanaweza wakamwambia bwana wacha kufanya kitu anataka kufanya na itambidi awasikize, kwa sababu wasipowasikiza wako na uwezo na katiba inawapatia hiyo nini uwezo ya kumkataza. Lakini sasa wao walishakubali kuweko kwa mfuko. The same way yenye tu tena wananchi pia tumeweka kwa mfuko. So unaona hata wananchi pia tena sisi pia tuna makosa, kwa sababu sisi pia tuna uwezo ya kudictate venye nchi tunataka iongozwe. Lakini sasa sisi kama kawaida sisi tushakuanga tu wale wenye tunangojanga tuletewe 50 bob. Then tukisha vote tunabaki ndio hivyo, tunabaki tukipiga nduru tena miaka 5. Ndio sasa tunataka kuongezewa miaka 7. Sasa sijui kama tutatoboa, kama 5 peke yake ndio inatulilisha na ni 2 imeisha. So sijui 7 tutaweza ama I don't know.
Acha niajeni nitawachezea clip fulani ya Kimani Ngunjiri alikuwa anasema kitu. I want you to listen carefully, but first let me hear from Babu. Babu umerudi kwenye mic? Unmute your mic Babu kama unanisikia. Sikia kenye wabunge wako wanafanya kwanza.
Yona. Hatukuwa tukiona. Ile Odinga alikuwa anapigania, tunaiona sasa. Akisema mkate is not being shared equally. It's the same thing we are seeing.
Acha niwachezee hii.
Yeah, unakuwa exhausted financially.
Okay.
Ukiingia unakuwa finance problem uko nayo kwa sababu umetoka kwa vita, uko na vidonda mingi sana. Kitu ya kwanza, benki naangalia ikiona hakuna partition kwako ya kuapili ama challenge wanakuita kufanya first aid. Wanakwambia ndugu yangu tunaona umeumia hivi. We can give you 10 million uwe ukilipa kwa utaratibu polepole uponese vinonda. Nani atachukua? Wanachukua.
Na umetoka kwa
wanatoka hapo wanakuta iko pesa ya kununua nyumba inapeana 3%. Wanakimbia kwa sababu loan inapeanwa 2 months or 3 months ya term yako kukwisha, unapewa on those conditions. At ikikwisha hamuna deni na mtu anapewa 30 million ama 35. Pale alipewa 10. Anarudi tena anakuja anataka kununua gari. Ananunua tena nini? Gari. I want to tell you the truth, and this is the truth why we have problem kwa sababu ya siasa. Huyo mtu nakuta payslip yake, I want to tell you it is not more than 10,000 6,000. Wow. So if we get somewhere pengine if we was not stable outside, ikifika pahali anasikia 10,000 50,000 inapeanwa kwa kamati, kwa nini? Hiyo ndio lengo lake a survive, kwa sababu hata wengine endi nyumbani. I'm telling you as my brother the fact and the way it is. So ndio naona wanakuwa corrupted, you know.
So that is what they do. Well, I wondered how Salasia could have a pay slip of 2,500 and he was telling me, hey, loans. No, hey, Peter, kumbe this is what. Unasikia Luka hii mambo. I want to also have Babu here. Babu vipi wewe?
Nimerudi Peter.
Hebu tuongeleshe kabla niende kwa Luka.
Okay, nilikuwa nataka ku-add kitu. Kuna point nyuma kidogo tulikuwa tunaongea na about vile watu wanakufa na vile kumekuwa kitu ambacho nilikuwa nataka kusema, na nafikiri Wakenya wengine wengi watakubaliana na mimi. Hata tukiangalia vile security department zetu kama Kenya zinafanya kazi, kila Mkenya atakubaliana, yani ukiwa na akili timamu, kwamba wale ambao wanafanya hivyo sio wananchi wa kawaida. Wale lazima ni watu ambao wako kwenye system na ni watu ambao wanajua cha kufanya. Yani sio mtu tu, sio mtu tu ameamua ninaenda kuua tu mtu fulani. Hapana. Mtu ambaye anafanya hivyo ni mtu ambaye anaelewa ni nini anafanya na anaelewa kuna na security. That's why hata tuliona hata Kware mtu alishikwa, baadaye tukaambiwa amepotea, hatujie kuambiwa kama alipatikana, kama ilikuwaje. Ina maana mtu aliua na kaondoka tu akaenda akapotea. Haiwezi kuwa. Kulikuwa na video niliona TikTok ya huyu jamaa anaitwa Watchdog. Alisema pia Nairobi, hii mortuary ya Nairobi, ya account, kwamba kuna gari ilienda pale na maiti na zilikuwa nyingi mpaka wale watu wa mortuary walikataa kuzichukua. Hatuwezi confirm, hatuwezi sema tunaweza amini ama hatuwezi amini, kwa sababu hii ni Kenya na tumeona, yani ni kama kuna mtu tu anasema hakuna mtu anaweza, hakuna mtu anaweza ambia chochote, yani sifai kuripoti kwa mtu yote, kile kinafanyika, kile utaona ni hivyo. Ni hivyo. Alafu pia kuna issue ya Gachagua. Nafikiri Luka alikuwa anasema maybe wanatucheza. Hapana, hawatuchezi. Kile tunaona ndo kile kiko. Yani kile tunaona kwa Gachagua ndo kile kiko. Hata ukiangalia video zake za huyu president wetu za nyuma kidogo, kuna video mpaka yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anasema kwamba kitambo, yani alikuwa anasema kwamba ukiwa na hiyo chance ya kuwa karibu na mtu ambaye yuko kwenye power, haufai kuwa kwenye kelele sana. Ukiwa kwenye kelele sana utatupwa msituni. Yeye mwenyewe alikuwa anasema hivyo. So na tuliona mienendo ya Gachagua. So tuliona kabisa hii sio nia ya mtu ambaye alikuwa anaweza kuentertain mtu ambaye ana tabia kama za huyu jamaa. So kivyovyote vile lazima angemuondoa. Sasa hatuwezi sema kwamba anatucheza. Huyu ni jamaa ambaye hajali kuhusiana na kitu chochote. Kile yeye anataka ndio anataka kifanyike na kitafanyika kwa hizo rules zake na kwa power yake, si kwa mambo ya wananchi wala kwa kitu yote. Na sasa hivi ndio tutaanza kumuelewa Uhuru kwamba alisema kwamba huyu ni hawa viongozi ni watu ambao wanaweza ku-identify problems lakini hawezi kusolve. Kwa sababu gani hawezi kusolve? Kwa sababu pale pale kwenye problem anataka yeye nusu ikuwe yake, robo ama nusu ikuwe ya mwananchi. Sasa nusu ikiwa yake na nusu ya mwananchi, wewe utakuwa una focus hapa, ushachukua nusu, wapi tena nitachukua nusu, wapi tena nitachukua nusu, na hivyo hivyo tutaenda. Alafu kwenye hii video ambayo umecheza ya hawa MP zetu, mimi nitakubaliana na hiyo kabisa, kwa sababu tuliona kwa Salasia ile payslip yake, na pia tunaona vile wanafanya, kwa sababu si tunasikia wao wabunge hapo ndani ndio wanasema pesa imetembea na hizo behavior, sema ambapo pesa imetembea, hizo behavior, mtu mwenye akili timamu lazima utakubaliana kwamba hapo kuna mtu tu amenunua kitu ama kuna mtu anataka kitu chake kipite. Ni hayo nilikuwa nataka kuongezea Pipi.
Na ni vizuri siku hizi tuna read through their data, because wanasema kwamba eti sijui pesa, unajua mostly wanasemanga hivyo, pesa imeibwa, imelipwa, but they do not say exactly who, and they do not accuse, because that's actually a direct allegation of corruption, you know. And also Western Shilao venye babu amesema, Western always says hakuna kitu kama eti sijui eti wanatupanga. No. Hao watu wamekosana ukweli, na ni hivyo, ni moto inawaka. If they really were playing, I think nani angeachilia, anaitwaje, Ruto angeachilia kidogo, but tunaona Chief Justice alienda ako leave, na tayari DCJ ameshatengeneza panel of judges ya kusikiza kesi. You see, so they are now fighting some other case and here and there. So maybe sometimes you also give a politician a lot of credit. Alafu pia kuna hii tabia ya Wakenya yenye I think ndio inawafanya wanatukula hivi. Ile yenye walikuwa wanasema tunaenda kwao asubuhi na mapema. You know, when Senate was not yet bought, wakati Sifuna alikuwa na mdomo na akili, he once said that MPs ukienda kwa parking lot yao kuna gari expensive sana. Sijui kama mlisikia hiyo. Unajua mimi nakuanga very keen. Wanasema MPs ukienda kwa parking lot ya parliament, my MPs wako na very expensive cars and you wonder how they afford it, but sasa una realize kumbe it is through these deals. Edwin, naona mkono uko juu, talk to us.
Pipi, unaona, like I've been following nani Salasia for quite some time, and nadhani ulikuwa unaona kwake pale nyumbani, unapata watu wameamkia pale asubuhi, just hiyo kitu umesema tu, it is the truth. Wakenya sisi ndio tunajichimbianga tu shimo sisi wenyewe, and then we start complaining, because when you wake up in the morning and you go to a member of parliament or an MCA or whoever it is, na una expect huyo mtu akufanyie kazi, atakufanyiaje kazi kama kila mara wewe ukienda pale wewe umekuwa mtu ya kuweka mkono, unakinga mkono, unataka upewe ya macho, upewe sijui ya nini, ufanye sijui nini, instead of demanding hao watu wafanye chenye kinahitajika, so that we have a environment yenye conducive environment yenye ina allow kila mtu kufanya chenye anafanya, so that akete for hizo raha nini bills. Sisi tunataka kutegemea hao watu, na unaona sasa washajua sisi wa Kenya ni wale tu, tumeshazoea vya bwerere hizi. Unaona they'll take advantage and do what they want to do with us, and at the end of the day, until tutaendelea tu kucomplain, tuna complain, miaka 5 ikisha tena we still vote them in back, tunawarudia tena, tunavotia tena, tunavote na tukiendelea tu kulalamika mpaka mwisho.
Mimi kitu kwanza kinanishangaza ni, you know, one thing that has hit me is our MPs are wanalipwa mshahara, you know, salaries, but utapata watu huko kwake Monday to Monday, nipe mbunge, nipe. Hata sisi tunafaa tujitako ka meeting, guys. Why do we do that? Because when I speak, I like speaking to my dad a lot. So when I speak to my dad, I joke, nikamwambia dad, nataka kuingia siasa. It's like mimi kuna vitu mbili siwezi fanya, biashara ya matatu na siasa. Nikamwambia mbona? Biashara ya matatu ndio utajua watu wana shida nyingi, because kila saa utakuwa unaambia askari ametushika, sijui, you know, all that. Nikamwambia okay sawa, lakini siasa uitwe mheshimiwa kabisa. Anasema here's the thing, mtu sasa tayari akishakuwa mheshimiwa sasa all of a sudden kwako kama hujakula ni shida kwake. Kama ni school fees, watoto wake wote wanataka wewe ndo ulipe school fees. Bursary wewe ndo unatoa nini, so unaona, ananiambia yeye according to him it's too much work. And you guys, you have to understand that hii pesa yote, imagine constituency iko na watu wangapi? Kila mtu anataka 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. Where do you think this money is coming from? Where do you think this money is coming from? Maybe this is how you should do your civic education, yeah? Maybe this is how you should talk to those boda guys. Wale wenye mheshimiwa akipita awapige taa, wanamwambia mazee, mheshimiwa tuachieko kitu hapo. Unaona? Yes, mheshimiwa ameacha kitu. But maybe hiyo ni pesa yenye alikuwa amepewa ya World Development Fund. Lakini sasa kwa vile kila siku mnashinda mkimuomba na mspompa, na tuambiane ukweli, if he does not tip those people that campaigned for free, watu wa lip service hii Kenya nani wezi shinda kura ya mtu hapa. Hebu tuseme ukweli, tuambiane ukweli, watu wa lip service hapa hivi Kenya, they do not, and that is why every time politicians get into office they immediately get into stealing, because they have to strategies for the next election. Kama mtu kama president ana campaign na 10 billion shillings, 10 billion na mshahara yake pa year ifike hata half a billion ama half, it's less than 50 million. Anatoa wapi hii pesa yote? It's in interest, you know, na kuiba. So hata sisi wa Kenya tunafaa tujichunge sana na vile tunasema hapa hivi, oh we need to do civic education and all, but one of the best civic education I think we need to do is to talk Kenyans out of corruption. You know, we only talk about the corruption of the police taking bribes, but you don't talk about the bribery that happens, voter bribery that happens every weekend when our police, kama saizi venye wako recess, where do you think they are going? Si wameenda huko ushago kufanya makampeni zao. And you know, the funny thing is they're using money, yeah? Most of us, we do not have that money, yeah? So we cannot even compete with them, and they know that. So right now, wewe kama Mkenya sahi unafaa ujue kwamba pesa yote yenye unapata kwa mtu mwenye niitwa mwanasiasa imeibwa kutoka kwa coffers, yeah? Because I know of somebody who took a loan, and then when he took that loan, people decided to wakaambia, unajua ile wanakudanganya. I think there's somebody who made such a submission here. Wanakuambia aki, kama kuna mtu mwenye tulikuwa tumefikiria kupatia kura ni wewe unasikia ya kumbe ni majamaa wamekosa pesa ya school fees ya watoi, and that is what they do, political brokers. So you see, they come tell you wewe enda chukua pesa kuja uingie ground. Watu wanakutaka kwa ground, sijui kwa nini unakaa nyumbani. Wewe unasikia uko overexcited. And you know, humans tunapenda kusifiwa, so ukisifiwa kidogo hivi unajisahau. Haya ndio hiyo pesa inaenda. If you're lucky you make it to the office, then you now graduate to now paying debts za watu na mashida za watu kila siku. And I feel like that is one of the things that is really pulling us behind. But I want to hear your opinion, and also on the comment section is open as well.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone, anywhere. This is Home Run with Pippy.
Bwana Luka, you are the one who was talking about civic education, and I think you've heard what I've said about that. We also need to talk about that voter bribery kind of lifestyle that we have with our politicians.
Yeah, thanks for the chance again. I think it's a huge problem in our country. This problem starts right from when someone declares the interests for any political seat. Immediately they declare, the churches become their friends. Everyone becomes their friend, wants to be associated with them. then immediately hao watu wanaanza kuambiwa si ununue chai, si ufanye nini, inaanzanga hivyo. So we end up with a situation whereby mtu amespend a lot of money than whatever they are going to earn when they are in that seat. So like umesema, to be a president you need 10 billion to campaign, to organize your campaigns and all that, and then successfully win that seat. Na tukiangalia mshahara ya president, president earns about 1 million, or let's say it's 1.5 million a month. Na anakuwa in power for 60 months, that is 5 years. So if you do the calculation, you multiply the two, that is like 720 million atakuwa amepata kama mshahara. So you see there is a deficit of, if you minus the 10 billion minus 720 million, close to 9 billion is unaccounted for. Now you ask yourself, how is this guy going to recover this? This is where things like the Adani thing happens. This is how these people are going to recover their money. So I think hata sisi wa Kenya, we the common mwananchi, we have a lot to do. Tuachane na hizi vitu za handouts. Hazisaidii. Like, if we keep taking from these people, finally they'll turn around and take it from us. If an MP alikuwa amepewa pesa ya bursary na alikuwa amespend a lot of money campaigning for the seat, this money alikuwa ni ile time alikuwa anaitwa to the Harambes, akiambiwa anunulie watu chai hapo, watu wakimwambia the supporters. You see all these things. Sasa na amepewa bursary. You think this guy is not going to take something for himself to recover that money? So it's like we are stealing from ourselves as well. Yeah, this is now where civic education comes in. Sisi ingekuwa vizuri that we elect people who are going to work for us. If you look in other countries, wanasiasa ndo wanasimamia bursary. Yeah, like just ask yourself, in other countries, these good countries that we even copied their constitutions, wanasiasa ndo wanasimamia bursaries za education? I doubt. Eti mwanasiasa ndio anapea mtu bursary aende kuget a degree from MIT? I doubt whether that is how it works. So you see, we are the ones shooting ourselves in the foot. Na hiyo ni kitu tunafaa tubadilisha. Civic education, a lot of it. Tunajua some of these problems, they were inherited from the time of independence. Those early leaders set this kind of culture. But even bad cultures, we have to find a way of doing away with them. We grew up with cultures that, were doing harm to our societies. Things like FGM. Lakini si imefika mahali we are doing away with them. So this is also another culture that somehow we got it, and it's in our society, but we can do something and do away with this culture. Because the more we allow it to continue flourishing, the more it takes us backwards. And if it takes us back, unaona sisi ndio tunaumia. So it's something we can work on. And even as we do these spaces, this is where now we educate each other. Tunajua how these things are done. Mimi sikuwa najua, okay, as an example, like now hiyo kuna watu hawajui that pesa wanasiasa wanatoanga, for example, pesa that is meant for the bursary, wanakuja kututip huko chini so that we end up voting for them. Kuna watu hawajui that's how it works, and I cannot blame them. The same way mi sikuwa najua how watu wanakuanga vetted until they become CSs. Until the other day, some activist, Ali explained on TV, na nikaona, yeah, this makes sense. So even ndio kunafanywa. Yeah, so the more we keep getting this information and sharing it amongst ourselves, and at the end of the day, this message is going to get to those people who didn't have this information, and we will be changing our society. Yeah, that is all I had.
Thank you, Luka Matoke, for that. And of course, I can see Kina Kim's Rosrowandras G pale if Western Shilao Kibisho. You can request the microphone as well and talk to us. But yes, I think I like the way we are morphing. Tunakuwa responsible pia sisi wa Kenya. Tuseme oh, this politician. But ukienda pale ushago, angalia wale watu wenye wanatoa pesa. Ni wanasiasa. Kila mtu anangoja politician atakuja lini. Atutoleka kitu. Unajua, and even us as the old people, as people who are in the families, ukikuwa pale hivi, your rich uncle akitokea, you are there trying to get something out of that. And it's something that I think is now also burdening our political class, and now they see us as accomplices. Unaona, do you see how fast it was? Kina TJ Kajwang were able to bring our magoon wote hao, yeah. It is because it is not eti walioenda wakafundisha aende kuwa magoon leo. It is because these are people who have been either benefiting from him, that's why they are calling him my people, or unajua sasa ni saa zingine pia sisi kama wenye tunajaribu kufanya activism tuanze sasa kuambiana ukweli, because it looks like we either have to educate the people or be part of it. Yeah, hiyo tu ndo mimi naona. It's either we learn to educate the people or be part of it. Babu, sijui kama uko na chochote kuongelea kwenye hiyo part ya nani?
Mimi naweza sema hii ni kitu ambayo imekuwa kama kitu ya kawaida. Yaani mimi nitakwambia kitu kimoja, hata sehemu ambayo mimi ninatoka governor yetu ni ana tunasema Shylocks, ni kama Shylocks. Unaweza enda ukakopeshwa pesa, ukafanya mambo yako and then ukarudisha. Sasa ni kama huwa ni biashara. Alafu sasa vile wananchi wanachukulia ni kama huyo mtu anasaidia sana. Yaani ukienda akikupatia shilingi 1000 ama 500, unaona amekusaidia sana. Ukienda uko mgonjwa, huyu mtu akakulipia bili hospitali, unaona ni kama amekusaidia sana. Hatuna ile knowledge ya huyu mtu anafaa pale bungeni afanye vitu right, mimi nikienda hospitali nisaidike. Huyu mtu anafaa pale bungeni afanye vitu right. Mimi mtoto wangu akienda shule kukuwa na mazingira mazuri ya kusoma. Walimu wanafaa walipwe. Mtoto wangu akuwe na mazingira ya kusoma. Hiyo kitu huwa tuoni. Lakini akikupatia ile pesa, unaona huyu ndo kiongozi ama huyu ndo anafaa, na kitu kingine wao pia wanajua, kwamba hata sasa hivi vile watu wanapiga kelele social media, unaona ni kama wao wanaona hii sio, kwa sababu wanajua nikienda ground nikipatia pesa watu pale ground kila kitu iko sawa. Kwa sababu hivyo ndio imekuwa, na kiukweli hiyo ndio inatukost, hiyo ndio inatupatia viongozi wabaya, hiyo ndio inatupatia inatupatia nchi ambayo iko na corruption kila kona, kwa sababu pia kuna interview Jalango alisema kwamba kwa MP kufanya campaign inaweza costi more than 50 million. Sasa mtu ashatoa 50 million na yeye akilipwa, pesa amelipwa 1 million, lazima atafanya bidii hiyo pesa yake rudi na apate pesa nyingine ya kuja kufanya kampeni tena. Hiyo pesa itatokea wapi? Je, atakumbuka kweli kufanyia wananchi wake kazi? Hapana. Atakumbuka kufanya vitu viraiti pale bungeni kama pesa iko? Atakataa pesa pale? Hapana. Ni kitu ambacho Wakenya tunafaa sisi ambao tunataka kuchange hii serikali ama kuchange nchi yetu ikuwa na serikali ambayo inafanyia kazi mwananchi, tunafaa kuelewa pia hii ni shida. Yani hii hapa pia ni part of the problem ambayo itatucost tukiwaweka. Na nafikiri hii ni government ambayo tunafaa tu iwe mfano. Hata next ambaye ataingia pale, ajue kwamba kuna jamaa aliingia pale na alifanya miaka 5 na alienda. Kuna jamaa alikuwa pale miaka kadhaa na ilifika time watu walikataa na alienda. Lakini kama tutaendelea kuentertain hizi tabia za kunyosha mkono, ndio sometimes huwezi kataa pesa kama mtu ameoffer kutoa pesa. Mimi nitakumbuka wakati wa Gen Z ilipoisha tu, alipopatia CSR Mombasa, alipopatia nini, president alikuja Mombasa na kila mtu ambaye alienda kwa hiyo, kulikuwa na kama mkutano kadogo, alipewa shilingi 1000. Na si kwamba ulikuwa unapewa 1000 na yeye ama mtu ambaye yuko karibu. Kuna tu wale watu ambao wana mobilize watu walikuwa wanapewa. Ulikuwa ukienda, mimi nikienda na rafiki yangu tapewa shilingi 1000 na rafiki yangu atapewa shilingi 1000, which is huyu jamaa hajapewa hiyo pesa, maybe ameambiwa apatie watu 2000 ama 1500, lakini amefanya nini? Anakupatia 1000 na lazima yeye atabaki. Sasa sisi watu walienda walishangilia, lakini ukiuliza, nyinyi juzi ndio mlikuwa mnaandamana, nyinyi juzi ndio mlikuwa mnapiga kelele. All of a sudden pesa imekuwa, huyu mtu sasa hivi tunampigia makofi, tunapiga kelele. Kwa nini unapiga kelele? Kwa sababu ya pesa, na tushajua huyu mtu ni mbaya. Atakupatia pesa tena, utaenda utampatia kura yako, after 5 years tena utakuja utalia tena. You see? So ni kitu ambacho tunafaa pia tuelewe, hii ni tatizo. Kwanza hii ndio inatukosti sana. Hii ndio inatukosti sana kwa sababu muda mwingine hatuoni viongozi wazuri, kwa sababu tuna gauge nani anatoa zaidi, nani anaweza kutupatia zaidi, nani anaweza kutufanyia zaidi, bila kujua kila ambacho utakula. Yani ile 1000 2000 ambayo atakupatia itakukosti wewe 5 years. Yani 5 years yani kama ulikuwa maybe kuna chances za wewe maisha yako yabadilike, ya wewe upate kazi, ya wewe uwe tajiri, ya wewe biashara yako ikue, ile ambacho kidogo ambacho atakupatia itakukost, kwa sababu akienda huko taxes zitakuwa kila kona, mazingira ya kufanya biashara yatakuwa hakuna, kila shida zitakuwa mingi kwa sababu tu ile kidogo ambacho ulichukua. So maybe next time kama watatuofa, hatuwezi kataa. Labda kama ni ngumu kukataa tunaweza kula, lakini lazima uwe sober mental kujua kwamba huyu ni kiongozi mzuri ama huyu sio kiongozi mzuri. Yangu ni hayo pipi.
Asante sana Bwana Babu for that. Thank you so much for the current panel of speakers as well for keeping us company.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pipi.
You're listening to Home Run with Pipi, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much kwa kuwa na sisi hapa. I don't know if Edwin akona kitu ya kuongelea kuhusu maybe side yake ya kwao venye kuko, and then also we can accept more speakers onto it. Edwin?
Pipi?
Yes.
Huku hizo maongo ni kitu ya kawaida bwana. Huku my friend, kwanza sisi wenye tuko town hapa na wenye ni cosmopolitan. Ukuwe wewe ni mtu wa kutoka kwingine unasimama hapa and then you're standing against the wenyewe the natives. Hey my friend, kutoboka ni kitu ya kawaida, na tena unatobokanga tu mzuri, si ile ya kubembereza. Unakamuliwanga mpaka kwanza. I know a guy mwenye alikuwa na biashara na akajiwekelea kusimama MCA wa place inaitwa Huruma Ward. Ule jamaa alifanywa maneno my friend, mpaka sasa hizi biashara yake ilianguka. So that is normal for yani kwa hapo upande tu ya kuonga, hiyo ni kitu ya kawaida, but the problem is au watu wakisha kubali kukula hizo pesa hivyo, unashangaa hizo pesa au watu wanatoa wapi? And those people are taking that money. By the way, kuna time niliwahi argue na some guys nikiwauliza, nyinyi mnachukua pesa za hawa wanasiasa, wakati unachukua pesa huyu mwanasiasa wewe unatarajia afanye nini? Kwa sababu obvious atataka kurudisha hizo pesa zake akishachaguliwa, na wakati ile anaanza kurudisha ama akikosa kuwafanyia kazi tena, mnaanza kucomplain, mnasema huyu jamaa hatushughulikia, hatufanyii kazi venye nafaa. So venye tu Babu amesema hapo, I think the best thing tunaweza tukafanya tu ni tuelimishane, lakini shida ni kwamba sisi wa Kenya ni vichwa ngumu. Wale wengine wenye unajaribu kuelimisha, wengine anakwambia mimi afadhali nipigie yule mwenye amekuja hata akanipa shilingi 50 kuliko kunini. Umeelewa? So ni kitu ya kawaida. Ni kitu ya kawaida. But I think I think with the time tukiendelea tu kuelimishana itafika mahali penye watu wataelewa, lakini tunafaa kukaza kamba kabisa.
Asante sana kwa hilo submission. Naona Kim 001 ametujoin ndani ya studio. Mambo vipi Kim? How are you?
Vipi?
Mimi niko poa ndugu yangu. Siku nyingi?
Long time. We are back.
Karibu, lakini mimi niko hapa kawaida.
Naona wewe ndio unataka tuongeze majamaa miaka 7.
Mimi nilikuwa na wewe hapo ama.
Okay. Maybe the way my brain is really wired to think against such term provocations by the government, because they are literally provocations. I tend to see this as a form of psychological warfare. They are really putting a very good overhanging threat over our heads, ile ya kutuuliza na mnajua tunaweza jiongeza miaka kwani mtasema nini? You see? Now, another thing that I think it is being used as a distraction. Cheragei this, cheragei that. A very good way ya kutufanya tukuwe very defocused on the major issues that are really affecting us, those undanis, the health, shifsha, hizo vitu zote. But now, I was treating that as a distraction until Mr. Must Go juzi akakuja kusema ati he is not really interested in an additional term, na akasema atakataa on first sight. And then my mind went to Museveni back then wakati alisema he would not cling on to power, and you see what he's done. So I treated Cheragei's words as mere politicking, distraction and stuff until Mr. Must Go aliongelelea, and now I take it very, very seriously, because if he has the guts to talk about such a thing, then it means he is really, really, really interested in that. And now that worries me. It really, really, really worries me. But on the good side of life, mimi nasemanga, if you cannot take a very bad situation and really turn it around and try to see how you might use it to your advantage, then all we'll be doing will be more or less like expressing our fears, looking helpless, of which we are not, and ranting, which I really don't support, because we never get.
Wewe bwana Kim, umekata katikati?
Participation, sijui
ulikuwa umekata kidogo, but hapa mwisho nimekusikia.
Alright. Yanasema, if it were really up to me, I would really spin this presidential term limit thing yenye Cheragei ameanza kusema ati 80% of Kenyans wamesema ati wanaitaka. We should really quicken this thing, wache kuitumia kama psychological warfare. We should be here with a hashtag yenye nasema we want a referendum, of which referendum haitakuwa yes or no. Now you just introduce what Karungo Wadhango was trying to say, that they should reduce the years to 4. So you have a referendum where you have papers ya kuongeza term limits, moja ballot box moja ni ya kuongeza, ingine ni ya kupunguza. So now that will force these guys to really reconstitute that IBC very quick, really quick, if they really have to go that way. But I really tend to think that tukionyesha tunataka hiyo referendum saa hii, looking at how the public participation ya Gachagua ilienda, they will really fall quick fast. Hautaona wakitaja hiyo maujinga tena. I think that's me, Pete.
Asante sana kwa hilo. Naona Ras G ako in the building. Jambo ndugu Ras G, habari ya leo? Ras, kama unaweza nipata unmute your mic itakuwa amazing sana.
Yes, Pipi.
Yeah,
How are you, my brother?
I am well, just pushing on, bro.
Nikusukumana na mjadala na serikali. Anyway, Pipi umesema tutumie national language. Let me try and use Kiswahili. Mswada huu mswada ambao Cherargei ameuleta ama anajaribu kuuleta bungeni, lazima tukumbuke kama Wakenya ya kwamba hii si mara ya kwanza serikali hii, serikali ambayo imetuangamiza kwa misingi ya uchumi, kwa misingi ya kielimu, kwa sekta zote wametuangamiza. Lakini tusisahau ya kwamba kile ambacho seneta wa Nandi anajaribu ni kile tunaita kwa kimombo testing the waters. This administration is on record. When they came to power, an MP from FIFA, was it Fafi constituency in, I think, Northeastern, even dared to come with proposals of scrapping the term limits of the president, if you remember very well. Na alikuwa anasema ya kwamba rais anafaa kufikisha miaka 75 ndio akuwe sasa amefikia ile kiwango cha kutoongoza. So wakati unaona Cherargei analeta ama anajaribu kuleta mswada kama huu, they are just doing what we call testing the waters. It should go to record that these politicians, this crop and this leadership under William Ruto, they have all the urge and they are looking for all the possibilities of retaining and extending powers. Remember, this bill does not just apply to the president. It is applying to your MCA at home, in your wards. It is applying to your member of parliament, in your constituency. It applies to your governor. It applies to your women rep. And that's why you see William Ruto has this sudden chemistry between him and the politicians. And they can gladly do this. And I think that is what sent, I saw the other day the United States ambassador, Meg, will go to the IB offices in quotes on areas of mutual interest. And I keep on asking myself why the West keeps on meddling in our democracy. Na mmeona kweli ni kweli ya kwamba kuna mkono. There is a very big hand in the affairs of our republic. When we see individuals like who is this guy that has just come in the country? He's a guy that is being indicted in the European nations because of the COVID issue and the COVID jabs. Bill Gates. But Kenya is a very safe haven for every criminal to come in, as long as you have money. Kenya is the only country where Phyllis Kabuga, a fugitive that was sought by the International Criminal Court for a very long period, he found refuge in this country. They find refuge in this country because we have leaders who use power to loot and protect people like them. So don't be surprised. So when we see these individuals, when we see multinational organizations coming in, JB Morgan, we should be very alert as a nation. Very, 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 very alert. There's a lot that is going on, and I'm glad there are people that were born in these spaces. They have been able to go an extra mile. They are stopping things like Adani. So we should be celebrating this small win. People like, whenever you're given a platform, people has found a platform, other people have created platform. Kila siku tusikue wanyonge wa kutoongea. Let us talk. Let us continue pointing out, because nothing will come out. Even if I saw even Ntumbi has fashioned another design of taking young men, to mainstream media, and that's why you see mainstream media is rarely talking on the issues affecting Kenyans, because also the mainstream media has been intimidated. Wameingizwa baridi. You saw them, they are not covering even the things like demos like they used to do. So we are only having, tuko na platforms, tukipata platform kama hizi na tunaweza ongea, we can talk things like Adani. You can imagine if Adani, today there was a case until the judge gave the conservatory orders, stopping the going on of the Adani deal. Kama hatungepata Wakenya ambao wangeenda kotini na kusimamisha. So let us continue. We should encourage the judiciary. There are things that the state will win because they have compromised. Like you see an issue like Gachagua, you can see it very clearly. It is an issue that when they drew the daggers and they are determined to win to the end. And that's why you can see judges, even despite an uproar from Gachagua's judges that they need to recast themselves from the matter, they cannot do so. They cannot do so because there is kuna a lot of interest in it, despite public interest in the matter, because a wise judge will recast. Unaelewa, kukiwa na, unajua ule judge mwenye anajua sheria na mwenye anajua vizuri, kama kuna one party that is not comfortable with me in this issue, you simply recast. There's no problem in recasting, because there are so many judges who can take up the matter. But because this is a matter that I know involves a lot of money, there will be bribery all the way mpaka kwenye kunaenda. That one we know. So judges cannot do that. And that is what we need to change in this nation. This nation needs to change because we don't have an alternative. It is me and you who will change the nation. The opposition will not change the way we do things in this country. They will not, because they are part of the problem. They are now part. They are one of their legs. Not even, I think both legs are already in government. And that's why William Ruto, God willing, as much as anaona ametufinyilia na ametufanyia yote, kuna Mungu ambaye alimdanganya akiwa binguni. Mwadhani arogosho, murega, hizo zote. That God is not asleep. He will still strike. You have seen how the churches are reacting. The pastors are suddenly realizing this is not the government that we prayed to God. And the clergy, especially the clergy owes this country a very big apology. A very, very big apology. You cannot tell us on this other end that no, you have suddenly realized that this government is not from God. When you simply helped this guy call other politicians names like Muganga, and I'm glad even the Muganga did not succeed, because I think we would be having a very big problem in our country. So there are things that are happening. Kuna zingine tutaachia Mungu. Kuna wanasiasa wametuchosha hapa, tutaachia tu sasa Mungu. Mungu adili tu nao tu sasa kivyao, and I'm glad it will play out. Pipi, I can guarantee you, once Raila Amolo Odinga loses that seat at the AU, we will see trouble in paradise. Watagongana, walimane, and then the GNZ watatokeleze ile side as the winner. So let us continue holding them to account. Let us continue calling them out. Do not be afraid of the Subaru boys. We understand they have formed a unit. They are busy abducting, killing. And I said in another platform, the Somalis should not think this is not a tribal thing. Hakuna tribe inafaa ikae kuwe comfortable iseme ati now that mmoja wetu ameingia kwa serikali. When it comes to looting, killing, this guy does not now know about tribe. Even my good friend the Kalenjin, wakati itafika interest yao ina converge wewe na yeye interest yao, they will eliminate you out of the way. So this is not a tribal affair. It is, and I'm glad somebody who is here mwenye, kuna time nilikuwa nasema there is a day I said as Wetangula prepares slaughterhouse for others, the same government will prepare slaughterhouse for him. and you have seen those rumors coming, eh? So mmeanza kuzisikia. So mmeanza kusikia sasa the person who was doing all that. So William Ruto and his interest, he will not come, akifika ni interest yake na anataka kupita hii njia, whether wewe ni nani ama ni nani, atapita. So it will only take me and you, we continue speaking, continue doing that. Sivyo nini, nimesikia mtu akisema mashinani watachukua hiyo gorogoro, watachukua hiyo 100, watachukua hiyo 200, kwa sababu hakuna mtu mwenye anakuja kuwaambia kwamba wakati wanauza wakati wanachukua hiyo 200 ama hiyo 100, wanauzia wanasiasa maisha yao for the next 5 years. But then again, we should ask also as a country ourselves, Peter, why is the IEBC not in place? The IEBC is not in place until this very moment. It's not by design, it's not by coincidence. It is by design by the political class. Wameifanya hivyo because the moment the public anger ilifika mahali and people started talking of recalling and all those things, William Ruto also has sold the same fear to the politician, to the MPs, that kama hamtapitisha huu mswada wangu ama kama hamtanifanyia hivi na hivi, then mimi nitaenda pale nikuwe in a speedy hurry of reconstituting the IEBC. And if I reconstitute the IEBC, the masses will come for you in the name of recalling. So we find ourselves in a country whereby kila mtu anavuta impunity inavuta huku. Kuna vile pia bunge imekuwa hijacked, imewekwa kwa ile design ya kwamba wanambembeleza rais pia, wewe usikimbizane na haya maneno, hawa jamaa watatukujia, kwa sababu unajua walitusalamia last time. Sasa ukireconstitute kitu, will start recalling. And that's why I find it also, I don't find it really, siamini wakati Marekani inasema ati inaongelesha IEBC ama wako so concerned na demokrasia ya Kenya, kwa sababu mimi ni wale watu ambao wana imani ya kwamba kuna mkono mkubwa sana ndani ya nchi, kuna mkono mkubwa sana wa Marekani na kulikuwepo na mkono mkubwa sana wa European Union wakati wa uchaguzi uliopita. And that's why these people will come always as players, yeah? They will tell you we are supporting, but in real sense they are interfering with our democracy. So I will keep on encouraging Kenyans, let us continue fighting, let us continue talking. We should, whenever we get these spaces, let us hope that this dictator who is trying to be a dictator will not at any point in his life try to interfere with these spaces, because these are the only platforms we have been left to talk. Otherwise, cheers up, guys. Cheers.
Asante sana Bwana Ras G for that submission as well. It is awesome. It gets us to 6 p.m. East African time. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to Friday edition of Home Run with PP. I hope you had a great week, of course. And of course, we are here trying to get to the end of it. And hii mambo ya kunyamaza kwa spaces, it is going to be very hard, by the way. Unajua. It's very hard for us to keep quiet, because if we keep quiet, then it's going to be that. And we are also keeping this message out there. We have to educate that, ladies and gentlemen, our country is not going anywhere until we fight for it. Ni sisi ndio tutasema venye tunaitaka nchi yetu, na tusiposema vizuri itakuwa noma, you know. So it is up to us to also and also talk to our people back at home. And watu wanatusikiza pia. Unajua, the one thing I realized is our people back at home actually do listen to these spaces. They listen to Home Run. They listen to all the other available spaces. Yeah. Yes, so thank you so much kwa wale wenye wameingia hapa hivi ndani kutuongelesha. I'm left with Luca and Ras G alone. I think I've made Luca speak a lot. Sijui kama hata Luca amebaki na content leo. But yes, I can see the rest like ina Malia Davis hapa hivi, Western Shilaho, in the house, Mau Mau. You can request the microphone and talk to us. Tell us what your thoughts are on the general issues, of course, with the guys like Kimani now coming out and telling us, you know, guys, kitu moja hamjai jua ni kwamba we actually take a lot of risks just putting in for you work. Tunachukua maloans ndo tuwalipie. Unajua hizi vitu venye ni noma. So I think Kimani, just by sharing that, really opened up the door. So ni sisi ndo tuamue kama ni ukweli tunaendelea kukaa tu tukinyamaza ama tutaendelea kuambia watu huko nje what is actually going on. That submission gets us to 6, as I said earlier. Let me see if there is anything that is breaking on this other side. Also, Bwana Rasji, nilikuwa na maybe nataka kukuuliza, now that tumerealize watu wetu wanapenda pesa, is there any way we can educate them bila kutumia pesa? Because sasa hapo ndo naona kuna issue.
Come up again, Pipi.
How is there a way we can talk to our people without invoking money? Because I think that is where our political class beats us when you go to the ground head to head.
Thank you. Now that is a software that has been planted for a very, very, very long time. Unajua sasa mimi na wewe kama sahi hapa, we have such a platform. It's not sisi tunaweza kaa hapa tukasemezana, unaelewa. Most of the people who are here are enlightened. The problem back at home, hata ukienda uambie mtu kuna kitu inaitwa Adani, kuna kitu inaitwa Chief, that does not make it makes very little sense to them. Even some of them are not aware that they pay tax. They're not aware. They are not even aware when they go to buy that chumvi, milk and everything. Most of them are not even aware they are the ones that are paying their wajumbes and MPs. But haimaanishi ati hawawezi shika. Umenielewa? Hawawezi shika. What has happened in Kenya, the political class, wamejua, ndio unaonaga hata wakati sisi tukiwalemea hapa Nairobi, wakati we come to space, Twitter, we bomb, they will, even right now, William Ruto will not visit areas that he knows that people are nini. Today he is in Turkana huko. A good question yenye umeniuliza. And he is in Turkana. Look at what is happening in Turkana County. Turkana County is supposed to be one of the richest counties. They brag of oil and all those things, but it is a reserve for the politicians. Today we don't know what happened to Tulo oil when it was discovered. It's information that the state has kept very secret. It is a reserve for the few, and we know very well that the former governor Nanok, who was there, works in State House. I don't know which position and occupy, always seen with Ruto. So there's a lot that is happening. So those people continue to be poor while there are minerals in their home. So it is ni ile sisi kujituma, PP, especially as we approach the festive season. Most people will home. Wakati unakutana na wazazi wetu, kwa sababu mimi nakumbuka hata wakati nilienda nyumbani, our parents used to wonder, why are these kids not giving this guy a chance to rule? Unaelewa? Today you saw at KICC, a whole CS wake up, aliamuka saa 6 ya usiku ku advertise positions, job opportunities in Qatar and I think Saudi Arabia and all that. When we know very well, I'm not saying what was siende huko. We know very well what happens in these countries. Tunajua vizuri sana. Kulikuwa na, ungeangalia ile line yenye ilikuwa KICC. When you see the desperate youth lining up for those jobs, they don't know even what awaits them on the other end. If this government was genuine in looking for opportunities for the young people, because it is on record, they wrote they wrote their nini, they wrote their proposals, walituletea manifesto yao wakaandika. They were supposed to create job for the youth. What we are saying, those countries first of all wangerekebisha hata uhusiano. Kenyans continue to die in the Middle East. Little is done. Meals zinaletwa daily huku. If they would have kwanza kurekebisha in terms of diplomacy na hizo country, if that is an issue, wangekuanga wako very proactive. Instead of them reacting kila siku wakati mtoto wa mtu ameuliwa kule, tunaona wakati sasa ambassador anakimbia hapa na hapa na hapa. What we are simply saying, this government should deliver what it said to the people. Kama ni kazi walisema watakreatia young Kenyans, they should so. And because you have asked that people, the young people who feel frustrated in the city, they will always end up in the rural area. Na hao ndio utawapata sasa wanangojea ule mjumbe. Ule mjumbe anafurahi sana kuona wakina Abu, wakina Kimani, wakati wako pale base, wanamngojea, watamsaidia kuassemble wale wa mama wa maleso. You saw Gachagua used to do that very well. With the tumama tufulani tunavalishwa yellow. That's the desperation that is in our people. And if you go and ask them and tell them, do you know that you pay this guy using your taxes? They are not aware. So this is the information that we need to take down. Let us speak to our people. Talk to your parents. Talk to your parents. Na hata tulikuwa tunasema kama watafika mahali hawatasikia, kwa sababu inafika mahali hao ndio wanapewa unga na wanapewa ujinga fulani, wanaenda. Mimi when my mother wants to go and vote, he will always tell you, mimi kura yangu siri yangu. But I know deep down anaenda kumchagua. She goes to make the wrong choices. Because those people, when these people come to church, wamekuja na yale magari yao, wamekuja na zile, wamejihumble. Your mother or my mother or your grandmother will think these are angels, not knowing these are the people are causing a lot of problems in our nation. So when we take that civic education to them, in the event we end up to the election na wajasikia, chukueni hizo kura zao, chukua kura ya mama yako enda ficha. That is the only way we can save now this country. If you have a parent that cannot listen, because I doubt whether there is anything that will come out of this administration. And if you have a friend that is still supporting this administration, blacklist him. Unajua kuna mahali inafika demokrasia pia ikikuwa ya ujinga unaachana. Mimi, you will not call my friend if you are still standing with this administration. I will simply discard you. I saw today with a lot of pain a young woman in Kisumu alikuwa sijui anataka kuwa women rep, having a very difficult time. I don't know, because Raila went to the government, anajaribu hata kuarticulate, ukimuuliza Adani hajui Adani, but because he has been planted in the media houses by one in Tumbi, defending this government is very difficult. And it's so absurd. Ukiwa mtu mchanga umekaa pale unataka ku defend this administration, it cannot be defended. How do you defend an administration that has killed people, has killed your fellow young people, stealing their future deliberately? So people, it is civic education to our people in mashinani. Waambie hiyo gorogoro wanapewa, hiyo 100 si mbaya kuichukua. Ichukue na ukule kwa sababu ni pesa yako imeibiwa. But do not allow somebody to go with your ID or for you to auction your ID achukue, unaelewa, ama ufanye kile Kenya nataka. We need to change this country if at all we'll end up to election with William Ruto. Because William Ruto wants us to end up with him at the ballot. Because he knows he plays the games at the ballot. He is very good in doing that. But we are looking forward to a country like what happened during the Moi, the NAC regime, when even Nyayo tried to steal, but it was impossible because everybody was against him. And that is the grave that William Ruto is slowly digging. A time will come when the whole masses will be against him. I hope at some extent nimejibu swali yako kiasi.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. I see Felix Otieno is here with us. How are you doing, Felix?
Oh yes, I'm doing good.
Talk to us nakusikia.
Mi hata asuka nimeraise mkono sana, but nilikuwa nataka tu kusikia. So nimesikia urafiki yangu anaongea mzuri huyu Rasji. Lakini kuna mahali nalifanaye kidogo. Unajua kama ni open forum, kila mtu hawezi kuwa the same side, ati kama venye anasema ati ukiona rafiki yako sija na support hivi you block him. You know, everybody has democratic right to support venye anataka. Unaweza kuwa una support huyu na huyu pia ako na sababu ya kusupport huyu. So if you are open minded, ndio tutasikia huyu ako na maoni gani na huyu ako na maoni gani, then we come together. Lakini ukitaka kwa civic education na uko against huyu, people will not learn. And the way we know very well, Kenyan politics ni tribal, unaona? Hata sasa hivi tunajifanya ati sijui sisi wenye tuko enlightened hapa Twitter ndio tunaweza sema wewe ataniongelesha ataniambia point nielewe hii kitu naenda hivi nitaelewa, unaona? Lakini ule shosho yangu mwenye kwa ushago mamangu ukificha hiyo idea yake atasipige kura, hiyo bado ni kurompatia Ruto, imeenda bure, unaona? So whether umeichukua ukaificha ama ako nayo, mwenye ataka kupigia atapigia tu, unaona? But what I'm telling you, venye umesema hivyo mara ya kwanza, Ruto baada Ruto atakuwa tu president 2027, atashinda kura with all the means, atatumia kila kitu. Ruto kitu anataka haiwezi kosa. Akisema anataka hii, hata kama ni kutumia pesa ngapi, ata make sure anaitaka, unaona, na ataipata. First of all, unaona hiyo mchezo anacheza. Juu nilikuwa naambia mtu naambia mtu hii strategy Ruto anaweka ni kitu ni kama anapanga saa hii ya kumeza Gachagua, ni kitu anacheza ya 2027 na sisi hatuione umbali. Juu ukiangalia mchezo anacheza unaona kama saa hii, for example, venye mimi naiona in perspective yangu, si ati nasema ndio juu ya nini. Ukiona for example hiyo mchezo amecheza, unaona ameleta Raila kwa karibu na yeye, unaona Raila amekuja na watu wake. Ukiangalia pale Western amechukua Mudavadi, akaleta Wetangula, akaleta huyu nini Oparanya, unaona. Mombasa akaenda akachukua Kingi, akaleta Joe ako hapa na akina Mvuria, akina Jichopevu, akina nani au watu wengi. So mimi naona ni kama hii strategy anacheza ni strategy ya mwezi 2027. Na kitu amebaki nao ni yenye nilikuwa naona. Hii mchezo ya Gachagua ikiisha, in case ifaulu kwa koti Gachagua atolewe, the next person mwenye ndako chopping board ni Martha Koome. Martha Koome akishatolewa hapo, walete ule mtu mwenye anataka pale kama Chepngeti chama ni rap nani, akuja kayapo kwa Supreme Court. Atengeneza IBC atengeneze paneli yake, aeke watu wenye anataka hapo ndani. Ni strategy gani mnataka kutumia? Na nyinyi mnajua yenyewe kura yenyewe ya Kenya si ati ile inahesabiwa pale kwa nini? Pale kwa polling station. So I think ni lazima tu hata kwa tuna campaign hivi, but huyo jamaa mchezo yake ni hatari na ni ile tu game lazima malize venye anataka. Kuona venye mimi naona. Nimemaliza hivyo.
Haya, asante kwa hilo. Ninaona Malia Davis ako hapa ndani. How are you doing, Malia?
I'm fine, Pipita. How are you?
Talk to me. Niko salama, talk to me.
Okay, nawasalimia my fellow patriots hapo, nimesikia some good vibes. Sasa, Kenya pali tumefika, it's like jamaa ametunyonga. Ushaona ile situation yenye umenyongwa kabisa na mtu kwa shingo, hapo ndio ako ametuweka. But I thank God in this period yenye all this has been happening, at least tumemove one step, step ya kama mimi nilikuwaga sycophant ya baba sana. Nimekuwa tu nikivotia baba, although I'm from Mount Kenya region, but I've been voting for baba throughout. But after alifanya venye alifanya, akaenda kwa Ruto, sasa hiyo sycophancy imenitoka na imetoka watu wengi sana. So that's a good step. Juu ni mtu mmoja mwenye alikuwa anagawa votes sana. Sasa since tumeona wako na tabia same, wako na the same kind of behavior wote wawili. Yani they don't care about the raia, all what they care about ni what they can get out of the political mileage. Na Raila amekuwa ule mtu mwenye amekuwa akitumia watu kufika pale anataka, but he doesn't benefit those people. Atukatai time ya Moi yenyewe alitusaidia sana, alijitolea na familia yake ikateseka because of that, but now hiyo imeisha. Sasa tumempatia shukrani, hizo kura zenye tumeshindaga tukimpigia, hiyo imeisha. Sasa venye alienda kwa Ruto ndio alijimaliza hivyo, amejikanga kwa mafuta yake mwenyewe, wakaenda huko na kina Joho na hao wengine. Na ile game yenye Ruto ako nayo saa hii ni ile game yenye walicheza 2007 whereby wanataka waeke 41 tribes against 1. So walete, ukiangalia hiyo 2007 uone hiyo panel ya ODM venye ilikuwa tu na watu wa ODM hao wenye saa hii unaona, alafu na Ruto na watu yake. Juu Ruto ndo alikuwa na Raila ndo alikuwa kwa president, alafu nani akwe vice president Ruto. So yeye anataka kurudisha hiyo form whereby sasa ana isolate tu wa Kikuyu. Alafu I bring all these other tribes together wakuwe nyuma yake, and then anajua atafaulu. But the thing which he was not counting on is that wale watu wenye walikuwa wamemsupport na wenye walikuwa his die hard supporters saa hii wameboeka naye kabisa. Hata wachana hata na Gen Z, hata watu wenye sio Gen Z, all the people wenye walikuwa namsupport, me I was not on his support, but hata ule mtu mwenye nilikuwa nimasupport sasa baba ndio huyo pia yeye nimerealize is also another fake one. So saa hii kila mtu ako kwa disappointment. Wenye tulikuwa kwa baba tuko kwa disappointment, wenye walikuwa kwa Ruto tuko kwa disappointment. Sasa maybe ile kitu yenye inaweza kutusaidia kama tunaweza pata candidate mwenye wale watu wote wako disappointed wa rally behind that candidate if it's possible, hapo tunaweza, because kusema ukweli saa hii electorate is coming more and more enlightened. Unaona, tangu Gen Z wakuje electorate, usifikiria ati hao wenye wako mashinani kama hawa mama mboga hawaelewi, wameanza kuelewa. If at all hawakuwa wanaelewa, saizi wameanza kuelewa that kujengewa hosi ama kujengewa anything, any amenity is their right. It's not a privilege ati sasa jamaa amewatengenezea barabara sasa it's like it's a favor anawafanyia, unaona. So they know now, they are beginning to know their rights. Unajua before tulikuwa kwa ile enzi ya Moi, kama hiyo time ya enzi ya Moi tulikuwa tunaona Moi akifanya kitu project somewhere tunaona ni favor anatufanyia, unaona. Na hiyo ndio mindset yenye the older generation wako nayo, whereby mradi yote yenye inafanywa, hata ukiona sasa ile Ruto akienda pale wanaanza kumuuliza ati sasa wananchi wameniambia ni kuombe barabara, wananchi wameniambia kama mbunge wao ni kuombe maji, all those things, you know, that kind of like a kingdom mentality whereby sasa mnaenda kubao kwa the king ndio sasa wapatie favors. So the good thing yenye Gen Z ilikuja ikatusaidia tuka understand that nobody is doing for us a favor, and then now also hii exposure yenye watu wana expose hizo projects zenye hazijafanywa na wanatudanganya wamefanya, and it has even forced Ruto to look for money ndio at least aone pali ataweza kucomplete juu sasa CV yake imeharibika kabisa because of exposures ya fake projects. So the only thing we are missing ni mtu wa kurally behind. I think tukipata mtu wa kurally behind, the people who are behind baba kama mimi na wengine wenzetu wengi sana, watu wengi sana wenye sahii walitokaga ODM hawana chama. So na sasa watu wenye walikuwaga wana support Ruto saizi hao ndio hata wengi zaidi sasa. So hiyo disappointment tukaichannel kwa one candidate. Unajua hata kama rigging, I don't deny that nani anaweza rig na rigging, but you see hata rigging there is a way in which numbers zinaweza kukuzidi ushindwe kurig, and that's what happened to Moi in 2002. Numbers zilikuwa too much such that even the powers that be, the western countries, ikabidi tu bow down to the pressure, because now all the people went on one side, ikabaki sasa yeye na KANU, hawa watu wengine wote wameenda hii side nyingine. So you never know what may happen between now and 2027, and that's why unaona anajaribu kuextend the period, because even him himself he's not sure. Na nani anakuanga very sensitive, Ruto anakuanga very very sensitive, anajua kwa ground mambo si mzuri, so anajaribu kuona, akiangalia anaona if something can come up, of which hata hiyo bromance wako nayo na nani, hiyo bromance wako nayo na Raila sahi, jamaa akilose AU, hiyo bromance itaishia hapo, because nani baba vile anakuaga obviously atataka somehow either front his own candidate or something like that. So hiyo rafiki itaisha tu hapa mbele, itafika very far, because wote wawili wako na ambitions zao, separate ambitions, unaona. So we don't know what can happen between now and 2027. Na hata Ruto mwenyewe, as much as he knows how to rig and is a professional rigger, kuna point yenye inaweza fika, like if you get 12 million voters on one side and you only have 2 million votes, how do you rig such a thing? Utarigaje? Unaona. So itabidi, if it's a big majority like that one, hata the West hawa kina Meg Whitman watamwambia sasa watu wakutaki, itabidi tu umeachia huu mtu mwingine juu sasa hatutaki vita, we have interest in this country. This is a country which is our a stable country in East Africa and Eastern Central Africa where we have a lot of interest. So hatutawacha ulete vita kwa nchi kwa sababu una insist kukaa hapo and you only had 2 million votes. Unaona? So let's not give up because hata hii relationship wako na baba sioni sana baba asipo, and of which hakuna EU anapata anyway. Everybody knows that hakuna EU anapata, ana akikosa sasa atarudi tena anza kumsumbua. That is what will happen. It is not going to be ati hapo tu ati yako tu quiet. Atakuja sasa anza kumsumbua juu atakuja sasa anza kusema people are complaining about this. Aizi tu kaya ni politician, is a career politician. So sasa to become relevant itabidi sasa anze watu wakisema high cost of living na yeye pia anaenda kuchampion hiyo vitu kama hizo, and then at the end of the day baba haezi bow down hiyo level yenye Ruto anatakanga mtu wa bow down. Na ndio sasa hata wamekosana na Gachagua because Gachagua yeye alikataa ku bow down kwake, and him what he wants, anataka ile allegiance kama ile ya Moi, ile psychophants ile yenye Moi, yani unaweza hata mnilia down hivyo ndio anataka. Lakini sasa hivi we are past that. Hakuna politician, there are very few politicians who can do that, and of course majority of the politicians who are there, they know 2027 hawarudi. 80 to 90% they are not going to be coming back, and that's why unaona sasa wanaleta history ya 7 years because wanajua we already marked them. Anybody who voted yes tulisha mark vizuri sana, and also wenye tu wanakaa kununuliwa kama wenye walinunuliwa kwa hii story ya Gachagua, we have marked all of them. So wanajua 2027 is going to be a very tough time for many of, if not most of them. So let us not give up hope. I know it looks a bit grim, but venye tunaenda, and I like the way sasa tumekuwa involved in the matters of our country. We are going to court about Adani, we are going to court about Gachagua, we are going to court everything, tunapeleka kotini. So it's not a walk in the park venye alikuwa nafikiria ati ni mteremko ati sasa atakuwa tu anatuambia tunasema yes rais, hakuna cha hiyo. So let's continue like that. Let's keep on fighting the good fight of trying to salvage our country, because hata hao wenye unasema wanapewa 200 na wanapewa gorogoro za mahindi, they don't want to be in that level. They want to be in a level whereby wako na kitu yao kwa mfuko, unaona, si ati ni kungojea handouts. So everybody is looking forward to country yenye iko prosperous, yenye unaweza kuwa na pesa yako kwa mfuko. You don't need a politician to give you 200 ama 300. Na watu wameanza ku wake up to that reality. Yeah, so I think that's let me allow somebody else to give their opinion. Thank you.
Okay, let's get Captain Boniface Ngaruya. Talk to us, Captain. Captain, if you can hear me, unmute your microphone and talk to us. Of course, we'd like to hear your opinion on this. This is Home Run, the People, ladies and gentlemen, comes to you each and every weekday from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. And of course, today we are here discussing what is going on in our country in terms of the presidential term limits. Captain Boniface, can you hear me? I don't think he can hear me. Captain, I can't hear you. Kindly request the microphone again. Felix, ulikuwa na nini unataka kuribato before I go to okay?
Sikuwa nataka kuribato, nilikuwa nataka tu kuuliza huyu sister yangu mwenye ametoka. Anasema point mzuri sana, tena namsikia kwa makini, lakini tunamuuliza, yes, we will have a candidate. Those whom we want to gang against. Now, that time ya Moi, it is different case from now. That time of Moi, the political elites wenye alikuwa ni sahihi ni akina Raila, the likes of Ngilu, watu wengi walikuwa hapa, kina Wamalwa nani. So kitu mimi naonanga hii Kenya ni kama tu politics ya Kenya iko scripted. Juu hata sasa hii Ruto akishajua mambo imechemka, watakuja tu hata tu candidate mwingine tu mwenye ana serve interest zao na mwake hapo na wamsupport, ni hundi anaenda na hao wampatie pesa na hao kulia huku chini ya maji. That's why unaonanga the first thing when Ruto alipata kiti, mwenye alikula kitu ya kwanza, kitu mzuri ni nani? Gideon Moi alipewa tenda ya sijui ya Kenya Power ama sijui ni Ketraco ama ni kuna tenda fulani yako nayo hapo tu ya stima. Ushasikia Gideon Moi anaongea? Aongei. Unaona? Unakuja tena anachukua mwingine anamwambia wewe saka hapa. Kama sasa unaona sasa hata huyu kijana mmoja anasema
unajua kutoongea does not mean that amefurahi, because you see what he did, he finished Moi family in the Rift Valley. He finished Moi family. Sasa Moi family hawana political future. Unaona? Juu kuwapea matenda, that is not, you know, these people who have money by the
Yes,
way.
I get you.
Tender is not the most
But that is the
important
politics
thing.
of the day. Politics of the day si hivyo ndio siasa ndio iko. Hata Gachagua anatolewa si ati juu ni mbaya. Gachagua anatolewa juu ya siasa, unaona? Na siasa ni wewe ukipull card yako ya kwanza na umemaliza opponent wako. Na hiyo kitu ndio watu wanataka. Politics hakuna ati wewe ni bromas ati sasa mimi nitakubaliza kasi sister yangu. Unaona? People kill each other in politics. Umeona hata huku kwa Japan wapi si kuna prime minister waliuliwa hadi na binduki. So ukiwa hivyo politics hakuna mtu atakubembeleza. Kuna mtu ana pull card yake, kuna mwenye anacheza rough, at least Uhuru alicheza soft, unaona? Na kuna wenye kuja, kuna wenye game yao ni rough. Game ya Raila si kama game ya Ruto, game ya Ruto si kama ya Kalonzo, na ya Kalonzo si kama ya Wanjigi ama labda ya Gachagua, unaona? So mtu akikuja, kuna mwenye atakumaliza plus na familia yako na biashara yako yote na uende hivyo uishe. So si the same venye tunaichukulia lightly, unaona?
Unajua hii siasa yenye nani anacheza, hii siasa ya Ruto ya kumaliza mtu, unataka umalize mtu mmalize, it's also going to work against him, let me tell you, because hawa watu fine, umenipea tenda, sasa umenipea tenda fine, shinda ukinipea tenda hapo, but me nilikuwa ninajua, my father as the president, I knew that me as Gideon Moi I'll have to be in active politics. Sasa umetoa brother yangu, umemmaliza, umenitoa, anybody in our family umewamaliza kabisa. Those people ni vyenye tu, they're just waiting for an opportunity. Let me tell you, ni vyenye, but you will see them in 2027. Sana sana watu walimalizwa, wewe wangoje tu. Ikianza kufika nuko 2027, they will come together. The way they had started coming together kwa Azimio. Because they know this guy. Yeah. And what they want, they want power. Unaona, they want power. So, mtu kama Gachagua uko hapa, umemuimpeach to finish him to a point that hawezi simama for any political seat ama any public office. He will come and support the others. Unaona, who is your opponent? I can assure you of that.
Yes, nakupata wenye unasema, but unaona sasa unaona hakuna guarantee, those are public offices. Mtu yote anaweza kaa, hata akitolewa there was no guarantee lazima kuwapo for political seat. Mtu yote anaweza pata hiyo kiti, unaweza shindwa, unaweza pata wengine. There are also most famous people wameshindwa kwa elections na wanaendanga nyumbani, they do other things. So kuna guarantee to my family lazima ikae hapo protect their interests.
Okay, that is a very interesting take you're bringing in. Captain Boniface, if you can hear us, you can actually hear you.
Yes,
you can.
yes, thank you. Thank you very much. How is your evening?
It is okay. Talk to us.
Okay, so personally, first of all, I'd like to challenge Mali ya kidogo. The point that we have reached right now, I think I tend to believe that Kenyans, we have matured politically. And first of all, I am so much sure that right now the generation that is in Kenya is not after those former politicians we used to know. The people like Raila right now, Raila cannot tell us anything. Ruto cannot tell us anything. And the reason is because so far this term has taught us that these politicians only think about themselves, them and themselves alone. So it has reached to a point right now, it is very clear that it is the government competing against the citizens of Kenya. Citizens, we are on our own. So hapa tukianza kuleta zile politics za kitambo, ati sijui baba saizi hata akuje ageuke Ruto, there is nowhere we are going to support baba again. Wacha baba azeeke aritaye tu na amani. Right now we are looking for politicians who mind the citizens of the country, people who know what they are doing. Saizi we are learning. We are supposed right now to choose a politician who is thinking about the rights of the people, a person who is listening to the people. Saizi, if you look at Ruto, the problem with the Ruto Saizi is not that Ruto is bad, but the truth is that Ruto has already been held by the neck by the IMF. Saizi Ruto penye yako si yeye ndiye anaongea, ni IMF. They are controlling everything. Yeye anaekwa kwa nini? Anaekwa kwa mfuko. And because this guy is greedy, and Raila is greedy also, most of our politicians right now are greedy. So they are being funded as long as they do what they are being told. And they don't care about the citizens anymore. So it is what they can take, but they are not considering what will come after. So right now we are at stake. Chief imetushika shingo. There's this bill yenye wanataka kupitisha, this one of paying land rates. And mind you people, because people do not understand, and we really need to educate even our parents wenye wako ushago. History ya kulipa hizo land rates, it is indirectly being taken land from, ni kunyang'anywa shamba. Reason being, saizi most of the poor people wenye wako mashambani, unasikia juzi walikuwa wanatuambia sasa ukitaka sijui kupanda nini, you'll have to pay tax for that. Now that bill, they are claiming that we will be paying for those land rates. If you are not able to pay, itachukuliwa na serikali. So that is land grabbing. They are taking land that you have bought with your own money. You have struggled all your life, umenunua shamba. Ama you have inherited an ancestral land. But because you cannot be able to pay the tax, sasa unanyang'anywa hiyo shamba. So at the end of it, hiyo ni kama kunyang'anywa lifeline. So Ruto is minding only his pocket. He doesn't care about the citizens. Right now, I'm even wondering if these petitions that we are trying to sign for them to not continue with this term that they want to add to 7 years. Niko very sure. Siko very sure if at all hiyo bill itapita according to the citizens' will. Mi ninajua Ruto ashanunua cabinet mzima 280 MPs. So whatever he wants, he can do. And that is why he has not formed IEBC. So that, after all, you cannot just impeach anyone anyhow. Size even impeaching another MP is a problem. Because at the end of the day, they're the ones who will decide. See, they'll just do like the way they did with the Gashagwa. They brought us forms, they brought them mashinani, wakadanganya watu, wakawapatia pesa kidogo. And then, actually, people did not even sign it. If you remember very well, those people forged the documents. The documents were forged. Wananchi walikuwa wanazitarua. You could see that publicly. But because they have the say, it is them against the public. So they get the money, wachukue pesa wafanye venye wanataka, alafu sisi ndio maadui. Until the 2027. So, ikifika 2027, kindly guys, let's choose a leader from nowhere. Tafadhali. A leader who knows what is at stake. And another very important thing, let us educate our parents. Tuende mashinani, try to make them see what is at stake. Because saizi, if you listen to Ruto's speeches, wanasema GNZ ni wakora, sijui we are being called thugs, we don't know, we are not learned, we do not understand. And the main reason, it is so that our parents or our elders will also not listen to us. So he's trying to bribe our parents with that. And that is very dangerous. We need to educate them. We need them to understand what is at stake. Secondly, ikifika history ya nini ya the court right now, you see Koome alijitoa kwa hii kesi ya Gachagua. And the main reason is because we know Ruto is after Koome, and Ruto will come after Koome way very soon, which will happen. So when it comes, what will the citizens do? Saizi, the best thing that we can do actually is not even to wait for 2027. We know we might reach to 2027, but ikiwezekana, let us get these people down as soon as possible. Tuache kuprocrastinate, kusema ati tungoje hiyo 2027. Tukingoja 2027, it's going to be worse. He will sell everything. We will have nothing to go back to. Another thing we should reject, and I'm completely not supporting, hizi maneno tunaambiwa hapa ati CS anakuja kutuambia sijui kuna kazi iko Qatar, sijui kuna kazi iko wapi. Why are they telling us to go out of our country? What intentions do they have with our country? If it is jobs they're creating, let them create jobs hapa Kenya.
Haya, Captain ni kama amemaliza submission yake ama umemutiwa? Yeah. Look. Hello, tumekupa ulikuwa umepotea kidogo. Yeah.
Pole. I think ni network. So I was saying, another thing that we should stop, another thing that we should reject, ni maneno ya kuambua ati tunaitiwa makazi na nje. The government should actually create jobs in our country? Why are we going outside the country? What intentions do they have with this country? Because makazi ni mingi hapa, but if you look at those serious tenders zinapatiwa wa China. If you look at right now, so many people, there are so many foreigners have come to Kenya. Why are they coming to Kenya? Why are Nigerians in Kenya? Why are Burundians, Rwandans in Kenya? I'm not saying they should not be here, but that is a proof that we are more than able. We have enough jobs. So why don't we create jobs for our own? Why are we being sent outside? So that these people can get an opportunity to do whatever they want with our country, to sell us directly. So kindly, guys, let us reject and let us ensure that soonest possible we should look for a strategy of bringing Ruto down. Let's not wait for 2027. Thank you, Pepita.
Thank you so much for that submission, Bwana Captain. I don't know if there is somebody who feels out in the space, maybe wants to talk to us. It's 20 minutes to the top of the hour. Ladies and gentlemen, Homeland PPE is supported by the listener. And if you like what I'm doing, of course, 0721948229 is the number where you drop in your support. Thank you so much for being here. We have Wiki who is on the way, but Wiki network yake saa zingine huko kwa shida. I hope he is not in a noisy place. Wiki, habari?
Nzuri sana PP. Today I have not a busy day. I am in the house today. Hello?
Yes, bro. Talk to us.
Okay. I think the extension of presidential term limit should not be a factor, because if the 2 years the government has done nothing, I think at times when people come to power, they should employ others to remind them that they are not God. They are human beings like the rest. Like somebody in power, they get drunk with power until they fail to see simple things which an ordinary man can see. Like what will 7 years term do to this government? Because the longer the government stays, like someone whom we have as a president currently, the longer he stays, the more harm he will do, because all these things, all sectors will be put into private sector, and is the one who will do this deal. Like if you look at the succession plan of Adani, the guy is 56 right now. 30 years from now, he will be 86. So if at all he's the one buying the airport, then he's planning to leave these things to his children, and they are planning to remain in power forever. Not this thing is beyond 7 years in the observation. In fact, if you look at how they are testing the waters, they want to induce fear in everyone, and that is why they have gone for judiciary. They have gone for both houses, the parliament and the senate, so that if any case they bring any bill, it will automatically pass and go their way. I said yesterday and still repeat, it is the civic education that will make idiots and tribalists to become citizens. Once we kill tribalism, we will get united, and we will even evict these MPs from their respective homes. We'll go for them. If any case they pass bills which are harming the citizens. Presidential term limit is a no-go zone. And the people who are in power, we can't trust them even with 4 years presidential term limit, leave alone 7. Let us put our hands together to take this government home. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that submission. I see we have a couple of, or like 2-3 comments. Let me see if I can read them. Edwin said he agrees with what Rasji is saying. Mr. Fisher said, Mimi na believe na Gen Z was from the government. I think we talked about it. What about this thing about these term limits for these leaders? That is Ian, but I think we already listen to that. So there's this thing that somebody's saying that Ruto is killing us slowly. What do you guys think about that? That our psyche is being killed slowly by slowly. When we started off, we are at the topmost to go top notch, but right now, do you think we deteriorated in terms of the psyops that were played on us, and the people that were sent to us? I don't know what you think about that, guys. I'd like to hear your opinion as well on this issue of how it looks like. Felix, come to me. I'll drop that question right after. Felix?
Oh, just drop the question. There's no hurry.
Yeah, so my question is just a general question. There has been rumors of now Wetangula being kicked out. What are they heading? What are they heading at? Mi hata naanza kulemewa na hawa.
Oh, so mi point yangu ni hiyo yenye wiki anasema for me the prudential term limit that is dead on arrival. Jana I think I saw Kimani Chungwa tweeted na akasema that is dead on arrival. Hiyo yezi pita mali popote. Kenyans are not ready for that. The MPs are not ready for that despite of anything. So hiyo hakuna mali inaenda, yezi ongeza, labda ipunguzwe yenye pia hawezi kubali. So on this issue of killing na kidnappings, I think ni Ruto tu aliona tu unajua that Gen Z thing that happened ilimshtua, and even ilishtua the government agencies. They were not expecting such a thing could happen. So and the government doesn't have a direct method ama ile kitu yenye fanya directly ya kutemi hii mambo ya Gen Z na nini. So that's why unaona wanatumia hii method ya abduction and killing. Juu bado hajui, yani hajui Gen Z inaenda wapi mbele na nyuma, but inakuja na ni movement nyingine noma, unaona. So wanaona at least abduct, waone watu wamekufa 2-3, watu wataingiza baridi wapunguze, na waliona hiyo strategy iliwa. Kwa sababu gani? Kwenye hiyo watu waliabductiwa, watu wakakufa, wenye watu walipangana 8 it flopped, unaona. Na government ikaona yenyewe watu wakiona tukiabduct hao watu na tupate na wao hawatatoka nje tena kutusumbua. So I think hiyo ndio strategy government atumia for the time being ya kusoma nao mind ya Gen Z, juu hawana strategy. Hivyo ndio mimi wenye naiona.
Right. Let me hear from, I see Western Shiloh is coming. History and also realize kuna watu wenye wanaletwa kwa media bwana. Kwani where does Trevor Ombija get these people from? Where does Trevor, honestly, Ombija? Yani Kenya mzima tu, you guys always get the dumbest to represent us on TV every morning. Na wajua kuna kitu mbaya kusikiza mtu mjinga asubuhi. It's like your whole day is ruined. Now you have to find more knowledge so that you can cover the deficit of a stupid person. Jesus. Western Shila, how are you doing?
Peter, I'm okay. How are you?
I am fine. Long time no speak.
Yeah, long time no speak. Lots of stuff were going on at the same time.
I understand.
Who is this? Who ruined your day?
Oh, a couple of days ago.
You said that there's somebody who, was spewing a lot of stuff that you couldn't make sense of, and then your entire day was ruined.
Acha tu niachie hapo. I let it go.
I get it. Pepita, you see, presidential term limit. It's part of what came with a whole package of periodic elections, rewriting of the constitution, the whole notion of human rights, and these other things we ever talking about, ethics and anti-corruption commission. In our case, we even added the Supreme Court, because before the apex court used to be the Court of Appeal. A whole host of things. Why? Because it was a prescription by the West the Americans and their allies in Europe to cure the problems that were there during the one-party state in Africa. One-party state and what was it? Outright authoritarianism in some countries in Africa. That was dictatorship. So some characters were scared, across Africa. Like, are we going to manage? When elections are held periodically, after 5 years in our case in Kenya, after 4 years in the case of Nigeria, how are we going to survive? We've run down our countries, we corrupt, we tribal, we populated the state with our relatives and village mates and stuff like that. But now, where we are, not only in Kenya, but in many other parts of the continent, the political elite has come to the realization that they can actually live with all this. The entire prescription is not a threat to their hold on power. The notion of human rights is not a threat to their hold on power. Holding elections after every 5 years is not a threat on your power. In fact, you would be stupid, if not naive, to hold elections. Then you lose and concede, and you take a phone and you call someone, I concede, the way they do it in the US. So you can be a thug and still hold power, irrespective of what your people think about you. So in essence, you select the voters. You as the incumbent, you select the voters. Who is it that you'd like to vote for you? It's not the other way around in a democracy where the voters, they elect their representatives. So what we have in Kenya, Pepita, and not just in Kenya, across Africa, save for a few countries like Ghana or Mauritius or Cape Verde or Botswana, we have got what is called electoral authoritarianism. What this means is that you've got elections after every 5 years. People are whipped, they get excited, they dance, party regalia, printed T-shirts, and they dance, excited. There is some hope in the air. We could get a new person who is just going to help us overcome our, very many challenges. But you realize, no, nothing actually changes. In fact, the elections that are held are often fraudulent, often shambolic, and the status quo continues. In our case, you even wonder, did we really have options? The guys who the other day presenting themselves as options, they have close ranks and are working together. What was that they subjected us to? In Mozambique, they have just held elections and they're stalling. Frelimo is extending its, over 50 years of dominance in that country. And if you talk to Mozambicans, they'll tell you, no, that was a charade. We knew they would steal. Well, the Americans will tell you, no, you people, there's no perfect election. We urge you to come together and prioritize your country, prioritize development, shake hands. You can form a government of national unity and proceed. The things that they cannot tolerate in their own country, they will never say Joe Biden shake the hand of Donald Trump. They will never say that. Even when we saw the elections were really emotive and contested, they never say that. But they will tell you, shake hands. What is that? Because they're disdainful of people in the global south, and particularly in Africa, that you don't deserve what is of quality. You can make do with patched up things. You don't know what governance is. You don't know what it means to live in a country that is corruption free. You don't know what it means to live in a country where your leaders are effectively warlords. So they will prescribe anything for you. Raila Odinga can shake Mwai Kibaki's hand and form a government of Nusu Mkate. The things they will not tolerate in Europe, they will not tolerate in the US. But they subject us to that. Why? because their notion of democracy is different from our notion of democracy, and which why the Kenyan political elite and the elite in other countries really get it spectacularly wrong when they think that they can borrow from these people. Well, they can borrow their institutions, they can borrow their cultures, they can borrow their way of doing things. It can't work. We have to devise our own way of doing things, which why it's increasingly becoming fashionable across Africa for term limits to be removed. They've been removed in Uganda, they've been removed in Cameroon, they've been removed, I think, in Rwanda, and you can go on and on and on. And those leaders will tell you, no, we didn't want to stay in power. It's the people who want us to stay in power. William Ruto has said, no, he's not interested in the extension of the presidential tenure. Well, in politics, and particularly in Kenya, nothing is true until it's denied. Nothing is true until it's denied. The moment you hear something has been denied, that is sufficient evidence that actually it's true. Gerard Gay cannot just fly that kite if he's not sure that that kind of thing, bizarre as it is, it carries, the endorsement of the person at the top. He can't. You cannot dare do it. So he's on a mission. He's some kind of an errand boy. Those things used to happen under Moi. If you read Kenya's history, people will say the most bizarre things, and then you dismiss them. Well, with the passage of time, actually those things come to pass. But when they say that this guy is drunk, this guy has never gone to school, this is a bizarre thing. How can somebody dare say something like Mulolongo? When somebody says next elections, we will not do secret ballot, we'll do queue voting. You wake up in the morning, you go and queue behind your preferred candidate. People will say, like, how can you have elections like that? There will be violence and what? No, it happened in Kenya. I don't know of any other country where they've ever had elections like that. Mlolongo, you rally behind a candidate of your choice. But even Mlolongo, as open as it was, people with the long queues lost. Those with short queues won. So we have not had to date, let's be honest, we haven't had what you would call a transition. A transition is whereby power shifts fundamentally from one particular political leader to another. And that shift is not just in terms of walking style or in terms of one leader is tall, another is short. No, fundamentally, substantially in terms of governance, how they govern, how they relate to the people, how they visualize where a country is supposed to be in 10, 15, and 20 years. We've not had that. And that's why our political landscape is incestuous. It's incestuous, incest. These people are one and the same thing. And a being that is gotten out of incest, you know what that means. Biologically, you know what it's a very inferior being, completely. In African societies, it's even abominable. So that's our political landscape. Whether you go to the opposition, so-called, you find there the likes of Martha Karua currently, I don't know, Eugene Wamala, Kalonzo Musyoka. You go this side, you find William Ruto, you find Raila Odinga is there. Raila Odinga sits astride. I'm in the opposition, I'm at the same time in the government. That is an incestuous political landscape, which completely robs the people of Kenya any choices. So at any given election, we have no choice. It is the gymnastics that I'm talking about. The international community and the media in Kenya and the local political elite are playing before us. So it makes this is a two-horse race. Two-horse race. This is a one-horse race. It's not a two-horse race. Two-horse race is in terms of principles, in terms of vision, in terms of ideology. These guys, in terms of ideology, they're one and the same time, the same thing. They believe that you can use ethnic mobilization to get power and hold on to that power. That is it. That's the only ideology they share. I've been in some meeting where people, the Germans were there and they were talking about, the Kenyan youth, have to, explore the options in the German economy as far as employment is concerned. And I was the only person there who said, no, it can't be. We can't be allowing our manpower to go to some other country and then we expect that we're going to develop. It can't work. There's no country. But everybody else was there almost. They were for the idea. I remember even Mother Karu was there. She didn't have a problem with that. Just evidence what I'm telling you. These people purport to be different, but they're not different. From 63 to date, it's been a continuum. That's why they easily close ranks. So I think we have that challenge, and how we are going to overcome that. I think that's why we hold these discussions. It's not resolution to those kind of problems are not simplistic. Peter wanted to say something about the contradiction in this movement, such that one cannot be committed to this movement to a better Kenya, to a Kenya that is anchored on equity and the rule of law, and where your surname, your station in life, people don't stigmatize you because you stay in slums. People don't stigmatize you because you don't have a big title to your name. People don't stigmatize you because you are the way you speak the colonial language. People don't stigmatize you because of your gender and a whole host of things. That's the Kenya we're yearning for. A Kenya where when you go to a public office or any other office, nobody asks you, but who sent you here? Who sent you here? No one asks you that question. A Kenya where you don't have to put money aside before you go, say you're applying for your passport or you're looking for a job, you don't set money aside to bribe someone. But we cannot aspire, work for that Kenya, and at the same time defend people like Rigathi Gachagua. We can't. There's a contradiction in terms. And that's what I picked out from this movement. Because hitherto, until now, nobody knew Rigathi, other than his close friends and some few people. He wasn't known. He was an unknown quantity. But since he rose to the limelight and occupied, the second most consequential office in Kenya as the deputy president, well, he got under scrutiny. He was placed under the microscope. And those who know him, they have got very unflattering things to say about him. Those who even knew him at the university, he used to organize delegation to see Daniel Moi at State House. And when people used to go to State House, they would be bribed with money. And when they come back to campus, they're now sabotaging, the progressive forces. They've completely changed their tune. So he's been a systems person all through, in terms of even giving out his colleagues at the university, being used as an agent of the state. At that time, there was the special branch. These are things that have been said by his contemporaries. Wafula Buke, for instance, has written an open letter. It's in the public domain. One of the people who, in his cohort, who has really risen through the ranks and almost got to the topmost office, president. But he was against progressive forces. People were fighting against Moi tyranny, this one-party state tyranny that I'm talking about these abductions you're talking about, torture chambers in the Nyayo House. He was in cahoots with the state. These things have been said. So what you do, your contemporaries can really speak well of you. In high school, at college, they know. When he was a DO, this is the provincial administration. If you read about the provincial administration, this is a colonial relic. Colonial relic. Colonialists used it to torture natives, to brutalize natives, the British. Kenyatta retained it, Moi retained it. They refer to it as the ears and eyes of the executive, of the president on the ground. So these are the guys who are on the ground who are gathering intelligence and transmitting to Harambee House in Nairobi. These are the guys who are used to rig elections. If Moi didn't like you or Kenyatta didn't like you, this would be the hatchet men and women. Well, then there were men predominantly. So they would deal with you. Terror. Rigathi was part of that. He was. So his mindset is a moist mindset. It's a mindset of a Kenya that we wish to bury forever. But that we can consider somebody like this as a potential presidential material. It's an indictment on our society. How the hands of the clock have moved, but we haven't moved in tandem as a society. We have not. We haven't. So you can be against William Ruto, and there's more than enough reasons to be against William Ruto. But to be in defense of Rigathi, to make a point that you are against William Ruto, that is extremely bizarre. It's extremely bizarre. And that's what I'm picking out of this. Extremely bizarre. Rigathi there was a letter which was read in Parliament during impeachment, where it said he was dismissed from the provincial administration because of fraud or something, relief food, those kind of things. They're coming to the fore. So in a given society where people keep records, what you did in your first job, what you did when you were at college, you would not even be cleared to run for member of parliament. You wouldn't be cleared. Later on, be a running mate of a presidential candidate. But here we are, anything and everything goes. So that's what I see as the most pressing challenge of our time. That whenever you look which direction, left, right, and center, you're likely to see a politician who does not embody a Kenya that works for all. You're likely to see somebody who made their money dubiously. You're likely to see somebody who in the past has thrown their colleagues and their friends under the bus. Some even have been tortured and killed. And this person is recasting himself as an agent of change. So Rigathi is not Mau Mau. He's home guard. He's home guard. What he's doing is to recasting himself. You know, you reinvent yourself so that by the time people realize who you are ensconced in power. There's nothing they can do about it. You've hoodwinked them. So you're in power. So I think I would implore us to reflect as we go forward, as we agitate for a better Kenya, that our antipathy towards the person of William Ruto does not push us into the hands of people like Jimmy Wanjigi, Martha Karua, Raila Odinga, Eugene Wamalwa, Rigathi Gachagua, and kind of things. That would be what they call movement, motion without movement. It's like a car tire. It's turning in mud. It's turning. Even the gas is going, it's running. The thing is turning, but the car is stuck. So if it turns for hours in the same spot, the tank will be empty and the car has not moved anywhere. There's no movement that has happened, but there's an activity that has taken place. There's a hole there that has been dug in the ground. Some spare parts are worn out. You as the driver, you may be tired, you're sweating, but that thing has not moved anywhere. It is the risk we run. There's a lot of activity taking place, but as a country, we're not moving forward. We're stuck at the same spot. So can you imagine Rigathi Gachagua being your president? Can you just even visualize that? What kind of a country is that? Where somebody openly says, mtanipeleka wapi? You know, this is a deputy president. Tells those who care to listen, tutawalima na mtanipeleka wapi? Hakuna mahali mtanipeleka. What kind of language is that? Okay, put that person in the office of the president. Atazungumza aje? How will that person talk? This is a person who will come to your region. If you come from the so-called small community, I don't like those things of big and small. I mean, there's nothing like a big and small ethnic group. But let's use it for argument's sake. We'll come to your area, and if you are to take him to task, he will tell you your votes don't count. You can go figure out what you're going to do with it. He doesn't need your votes. No, you are very few people. What are you going to do to him? He will tell you that. Or this is a person, if you are agitating for equity in terms of hiring, we just tell you to your face, you didn't vote for me, you didn't vote for this government. You don't deserve anything from this government. What are you going to do? What will you do? There's nothing you can do. That's a president, God forbid, if he was to rise, there's nothing you can do. So you have to figure out means and ways the way we're doing here, and that is usually arduous. To remove a president, Pipita, it's going forward, it will be very difficult because the regarding Gachagua impeachment motion was to be a dress rehearsal as to whether we can remove a sitting president. Now you can tell until where we are. For a president, it will be almost impossible. That is the unintended consequence of this legal tussle over regarding Gashagua's removal from office. This is a deputy president. It's proving to be extremely difficult. Yes, there's evocation of law and rule of law, but you can imagine if that person is the head of state and the bicameral parliament has impeached him and he can go to the courts to obtain some reprieve, it will be virtually impossible. That's what it means, virtually impossible. So we've made it difficult. By making it difficult to remove a deputy president, what it means that going forward, it will remain almost impossible to remove a sitting president because impeachment, Pipita, as they say, impeachment should be a political process. Because if you want to see how bizarre it is, can you imagine you have impeached a president like this Ruto here? You know, we say now the National Assembly and the Senate have impeached him successfully, and that he has got the leeway to go to the courts, and that the courts can reinstate him. How bizarre is it? It's very bizarre. It is that what it simply means you can't remove him. Because with the president, he can intimidate you. If you're a judge, he can intimidate you. He can threaten you. And you will think about your family. You will think about your kids. You will think about your life. Because it's a do or die affair. That is the problem when this matter goes and places itself before the courts of law. But if it places itself in parliament, well, you can kill all of them. They impeach you, kill all of them. 200 and something. Or those senators, how many are they? 60 something, kill all of them. But if it's a judge, a bench of 3 people, or what, you can deal with this group of people if you're a president. It's a small group of people you can easily deal with. But if it's the entire parliament, both lower and upper house, now intimidate all of them, we see, if you're a president. You can take all of them and arrest them. You can kill all of them if you can't. That's why when people say this process shouldn't have stretched the way it has, there's a point, but you can't see the point. This point most likely is going to register in future when we will try to remove a president, or when generations that will be there will try to remove a president. But if Rigathi had resigned, he would actually have contributed to a democratization. I can put it to you. He would. He would have contributed to a democratization. There are allegations against him regardless. But not resigning, he has actually contributed to many roadblocks that our democratization is likely to encounter going forward. Peter, as I yield, it's imperative that each person is accorded justice. Even your worst enemy, it's imperative that you demand that they be accorded justice. It's not just the right thing to do, it's a human thing to do. Civilized people do not wish other people ill. They wish them well, no matter how disaffected with them they are. It's important. But the justice that Rigathi deserves, I can put it to you, because sometimes we look at justice to mean if I went to court and I was acquitted, that is justice. No, you can go to court and be convicted. That is justice, because the process was impartial. It was above board. That is justice. So Rigathi should be accorded justice on his way out. On his way out. Not to be accorded justice to continue serving as the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. On his way out. That is the justice that should be accorded, and that will be justice, so that the process is above board. But as we see, regardless of the outcome, there's no way his camp will accept the outcome. There's no way. It's not going to happen. And hence you see the attacks on individual judges. Attacks on individual judges. When you do that, then you move the thing out of legal process, you squarely embed it in the realm of politics. This judge ruled like this because we saw them dancing in some celebration with another person. This judge did this because it's related to that other person. Now that is the realm of politics. It is. And then if you go before a court of law, Pipita, and you want, it's only you who can decide which judge or which bench can adjudicate your matter. You are not going to find any worthy judge, any worthy bench, until you meet that judge who is going to render a verdict that is favorable to you. That's what it means. So any judge that doesn't render a verdict that's favorable to you, you will accuse them of bias, of compromise. Which why this 3-judge bench verdict today not to recuse themselves is also historic, because you can go on a fishing expedition going forward. You just say, no, you judge. The other day I saw you seated on the same pew in church with this particular litigant, and therefore you can't rule, fairly, impartial on this matter. That is it. And the judge has to recuse himself. And you find everybody else recuses themselves until there's no judge to hear your matter. So, Pipita, these are uncharted waters. But what they demonstrate is that we have not really moved as a country, particularly where it matters most in terms of moral rectitude, in terms of divorcing ourselves emotionally from the political elite. We're still very emotive when it comes to these politicians. We still think that we can put our lives on the line for them. We still think that if they're not happy, we are not happy. The things that Dr. Kamino was saying, if you rule this or that way, there will be instability in the country. Pipita, why should there be instability in the country? Why? There would be instability because we have got warlords for leaders. It's what warlords do. That if you don't give me my way, I'm going to ensure this field is filled with body bags. So please, let me have my way. If you don't give me my way, what I demand, nothing will work. Militias will go to the streets and nothing will work in the country. Are we that kind of a country? Are we? We are not. And we shouldn't be. That politicians can use their personal tribulations, their own political and legal wars to ensnare everybody and endanger everybody and threaten everybody's, lives and livelihoods. We can't tolerate that. You can't. So you're saying the judge should do what? Should do what? What should they do? They should let the person walk? Because if the person is convicted, people are going to die on the streets. It cannot be. We must call people like that bluff. Call theirs bluff. And we dare them. Let's see you destabilize the country. You're not going to blackmail us again and again and again. You go, organize a militia and pour it onto the streets. Let's see. That is how we're going to build this country. But if we continue being empathetic, sympathetic to the political elite who have ruined our lives and continue to ruin our lives, if we come up with a binary between good people and bad people, when these people, if you take them to the court of law, you'll find all of them have got charges to answer to. Then we're shooting ourselves in the foot, and that's not going to help us. So, Pipita, I hold the view, and I still hold the view, that this court process must conclude and conclude expeditiously and immediately. We move forward. We focus on William Ruto that we're focused on. We don't want two people in the presidency who are both not suitable to lead the country. That would be extremely tragic. I yield, Pipita.
Thank you so much for that submission, Anaitwa Western Shilaho. Always challenging us with the very philosophical text. Thank you so much for that. I see Wiki ako ready kukujibu, and then I'll go to Gides. Wiki.
Yes, PP. PP, there's something I wanted to talk about, just to mention what Westerners talked about is true. I'm just picking from where Felix left. He was one of the speakers. Felix talked about that government was caught unaware about the Gen Z protest. Government can never be caught unaware, because we remember there was intelligence which warned the Kenyan government concerning the finance bill. So they just ignored it. They knew. Something which I don't understand with the politics, I don't understand whether, I'm still can't understand whether William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta were playing a game. Was Raila Amolo Odinga part of this game? Because the way how things are moving is like Raila was part of the game. If we go back, it's a flashback the other year's elections. If Raila knew very well that it was to come and work with Uhuru Kenyatta, why did Chris Musando had to die? Why did Roselyn Akombe had to fly away? Why was CJ Maraga was to be intimidated? I think politics now, to me now, is like very few individuals, organized group are ruling disorganized majority. That is what I'm seeing. There's a game here, or there's a power outside Kenya or international power which remote controls our country, and anyone who is in power must sell their agenda. 2 weeks to elections, the last 22 election, there was a guy who said that they had a convention that Ruto is going to be the president. The other one said Raila was going to be the president. And they were so people, both of them were people from the State House, and they were so close to the government. Now, then towards the election, we saw American embassy giving advisory warning to their citizens from not to go to Kisumu, that Kisumu will be a hotspot. Then in Bomas, for those who went to Bomas, we saw Ruto's mother coming to Bomas in the morning. It was a clear indication that Ruto was going to be named president. So the president you always get is not the president you elect. And previously, maybe Raila Amolo Odinga meant well for this country, and since he knew the system, that he could not beat this system, they have to create something towards the election to cheat the electorate that they are divided, and then at long last they work together. We are not opposing, or we are not supporting Rigiji. What the citizens are not happy with is how fast this case has been taken. Now, if Rigiji is talking about shareholders, and in the list of shareholders where they make the signatures, they signed, Raila Odinga was not part of the shareholders. Now he has joined late and is given his shares. I think there was a game, and still there is a game to date. The one which was between Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila before, that was a game. This one of Rigiji, and now they are moving towards Wetangula. I can clearly say that there is a force behind this movement. If you look at how MPs were even listening to Gachagua, they had nothing to do with any truth Gachagua was to say before them. They are already been informed on what to do and the direction they are going to move to. Now, some people are also having a perspective that it is Raila who has entered the government and is now making Ruto's government to be destabilized. Now, they feared that if Ruto is out of the seat, it will be Gachagua. Now they were going to do away with the Gachagua now. Now they are seeing another scenario where if Ruto falls, there is likelihood of Wetangula becoming holding that seat for some time, which maybe they're fearing. But there's a kind of game, or this is just a cover up of most of the things which are happening at the background, so that they cover our faces with these Afro cinemas as they plan their own things. See, today President Ruto is saying Adani deal is a good deal for us. Now, Mr. Felix, who has just spoken here, Imani Chungwa saying that presidential term limit of 7 years is dead on arrival. Remember, Ichungwa is just one out of 200 plus MPs. And those MPs can be bought. Even if 30 of them say no, majority will say yes, they will still pass it. Our way forward, we should deplatform these politicians, should not give them a gathering, or we should not give them a listening here, because they work hand in hand with our oppressors. There is a Western agenda being propelled, and if you look at the key area they are attacking, they are in agriculture, education, health, energy and transport. Education, they have brought the curriculum which has no future. Then post-primary education, high fees imposed. Agriculture, remember, there is horticultural bill by Salmina Chege. There was another bill by Imani Chungwa, livestock and something bill. So, not that government does not have enough intelligence. They have it. Only that they do what people are not they are doing things which are not of people's expectations. They will never work for us. That is why our mining zones are not disclosed. That is why they want to control what comes in and out the country through JKIA. So, civic education. If we become knowledgeable of what is supposed to happen around us, this will make us move on by an action through voting. And we hope that we will get leaders who are able to help us move forward. Otherwise, our children will suffer.
Asante sana Wiki kwa hiyo submission. Mabibi na mabwana, Home Run with Pipi comes to you each and every day. This is 25th of October 2024. And of course, I know some of you have seen your pay slips. I'd like to hear how you feel about the SHA deductions. Jides, how are you doing though?
I'm doing all right, my brother. Thank you very much. I just want to say something that perpetual failure by our leadership to represent true leadership, to offer true representation of the very people who send them to power is, like someone has mentioned, an indictment to our own society. But the question I ask myself is, where do bad leaders come from? Bad leaders, in my opinion, are molded by our own society But leaders, in my opinion, have perpetually exhibited their true colors and characters to ourselves. We know them by the time they're going to the polls. We know them by the time we have their names on the ballot. But we choose not to castigate them because we associate ourselves with criminals. We love criminals. We love gangs. We love gangsters more than people who tell us the truth. For obvious reasons. You have clearly indicated here that by the time one is going for political position, the person is aiming, first of all, to recuperate from huge colossal amount of money he's lost over time by the time he's going for that position. So for him, first is get back what he's lost. But where does all this money go to? It goes to the very people who elect this person. If you don't show the electorates, the TTs, they'll never elect you. So what I say is we have shown ourselves as a failure, as a failed society by associating ourselves with criminals more than people who are truthful, more than people who are clean, more than people who have consistently showed what I would call formidable propensity of conduct over time. I'll give you an example because I like working with examples. When Uhuru Kenyatta and one William Ruto had a joint ticket for presidency, I think, to the succession of one Moi Kibaki, it was clear in the mind of every person that these people had been indicted at the ICC. For lack of better words, these people were criminals. But what did we do? We voted them overwhelmingly because we wanted to sympathize with them. We always sympathize with the losers. We always sympathize with people who have shown they are criminals. Now, when one Rigathi Gachagua was campaigning for William Ruto, we know, first of all of us know who William Ruto is. To the surprise of so many people, and I find it to be highly hypocritical and myopic that we choose to say that William Ruto has failed us. William Ruto has not lived to the expectations of the Kenyans. I wonder what expectations different from what we already knew William Ruto. William Ruto has been involved in so many scandals over time. There's nowhere he's been to, everywhere that has been successful. William Ruto has also, remember, he was also called out for corruption, mega corruption in the Ministry of Agriculture by one Raila Odinga. And I believe Raila Odinga was highly honest. Why I say so is because if you look at the association of Raila Odinga and William Ruto prior to the formation of the government of the government of Grand Coalition between Moi Kibaki and Raila Odinga, no one was as vocal as Raila Odinga, as William Ruto in support for Raila Odinga, and that's why William Ruto says today, if there's one person who made Raila Odinga to be the Prime Minister of Kenya, it was William Ruto. We know for sure, we give credit to him. And therefore, for Raila Odinga to come and call out one William Ruto for corruption and ask him that he quits from his position as a Minister for Agriculture, it was honesty, it was a true representation of what a true leader should be. But now what I'm saying is that over time we have failed as a society. But how do we correct this mess? Now, I said these bad leaders come from us. How do we correct this mess? I think we need to have a system that monitors the propensity of conduct. the moral, the behavior of a human being, right from birth to the time when this person are going to take whatever position they are going for in the society. When a kid is born today, is enrolled in school, elementary school, goes to secondary school, goes to university school, I don't think there's a stage where in the stage in all that period when the system should have failed to understand the kind of person we are talking about. Say, for example, a kid went to school and was involved in a fight with another kid. That needs to go in record somewhere. Okay? A person steals someone's item. That person needs to go in record somewhere. A kid was suspended in school, for example, for causing incitement. That record needs to go somewhere all along, so that when we sit down and we look into the integrity, the threshold need to be guided by the records that are retrieved, accessible, and trustworthy. Now, I just want to mention, don't want to mention names, but I want to say a couple of months ago, we had a young kid in university was involved in a fight with a cop. Okay. What position did we take ourselves as a society? We are in defense of the boy. We felt that the police have failed, and so on and so on and so on. So we are saying we have failed. The moral fabric in our society has been depraved, has been corrupted by ourselves. We are therefore reaping our own benefits. We are also reaping the fruits of our own sowing. Thank you very much, guys.
Anaitwa Jides. Who wants to respond to Jides? But Minas Kenka Jides is saying the truth. Who wants to respond? Luca, are you still on the mic? It's been a minute.
Hello, I just want to support whatever you said. Yeah, it's just spoken the truth, and it's for us to reflect on that, and look on ways we can improve our society. Yeah, because we can be, you can be making a lot of noise down here, but if we don't change ourselves, then I think we shall be doing zero work. The leaders that we have, I tend to believe, are a reflection of what we are. Even us down here at the ground, we are very corrupt. So we need to fight corruption from down here. And we also continue fighting it at that higher level. Yeah, that's all I can say at the moment.
Okay, sawa sawa. Malia.
I agree with the person who has said that we also have a kind of a rotten society, and because these politicians, they are not coming from another planet or another country, they are coming from amongst us, and it's really telling of our population, what kind of people we are, that we tend to prefer people who are thugs. Like the way people say there are women who love bad boys. I think we have that problem as Kenyans. It's like, in fact, the more you are notorious, if, for example, you wanted to run for a seat, the best way to get to that seat, first of all, is to do something which is just so very notorious, which will give you the limelight. From there, it's a mteremko, it's a down, it's easy to get the seat. So the worse the person, you can just see like Sonko, you can see like Kidero was guilty of ruining, bringing down Mumias. Sonko, all the scandals which he has ever had. Even Ruto himself, how many scandals has he had? All the witnesses which who were supposed to witness against him, they all passed on. They all died under mysterious, unclear circumstances. So we are those kinds of, we are like even our women's rep. You see the kind of people even you choose for women's rep. They are not people who are morally upright. They are like, especially here in Nairobi, I don't know what is the problem. It's like, are there no decent women who can run for women's reps? Why do we always have to have these people like Akina Karen Nyamu and the like, who are not really role models in society? So us as Kenyans, we also need to reflect on why we gravitate towards these people who are so, and we don't give the decent people, the upright people, a chance. We just like a lot of drama. I don't know. Maybe we are addicts of. Is it called what addicts? Drama. You are addicted to drama. You are addicted to pain. I don't know. Because Kenyans, by the way, I think we've even become desensitized by things because we go through so much. Like there's so much going on in Kenya, in a Kenyan's mind, that I think it gets to a point that this thing of we forget so fast and move on. It's just a coping mechanism. It's just because of we've been desensitized slowly, systematically. We've been desensitized. So we find something which is very shocking, and then within a week we forgot, and something else has come up. You know, it's a roller coaster ride being a Kenyan. By the way, it's so hard for you to even sometimes even lose the sense of feeling, because or empathy, because you can't really you can't really look at things or hold on to any sentiments you have about anything, because it will get to a point where it overwhelms you. Because like now you can see, like in Kenya now, just this year alone, you see what happened with the Gen Z people who died, and then there were other people who are dumped in a quarry, who are also found when they are dead. Then from there we just moved from one thing to the other one thing to the other one. And by the way, now this notoriety and lack of the rule of law and respect for the law is now putting all of us in danger, because you can see now crime rates are so high. Nowadays, they've even started now kidnapping people for ransom, which is something that happens in Nigeria. Nigeria being kidnapped for ransom is a normal thing. People get kidnapped all the time. Now I'm saying it has come to Kenya because these Somali ladies who are kidnapped, apparently the people who kidnapped them were asking for ransom money, and they couldn't raise the money, or maybe they didn't take it seriously. So that's how they got killed. There was another lady who had also been hijacked, but her family was able to raise 900,000 to send to those hijackers, kidnappers. So you can see we are deteriorating from day to day, from one thing to the other one. It's like basically, I think I can say it's like we're starting to live like we don't have a government. We don't have law and order. If you have issues with somebody, you go and kill them. Then you know you'll bribe your way out of the case. I mean, there's so much chaos. And it's very dangerous when it gets to a point where by now people feel so disenfranchised that they now start kidnapping people who they think have money to sustain a livelihood. It's very dangerous. That's, and that's where Nigeria has reached, because now there are very many very learned people who can't be able to get gainful employment. So they end up in criminal gangs and doing those kinds of things whereby they kidnap people who they think have money so that they can be able to get some money. So we need to an overhaul of our society, our standards, our moral standards. Because as you can see, again, the one thing that is really telling about our character as a nation, you find that our girls do a lot of things which are very unsavory, and we look the other side. So long as it's making the money, it doesn't matter whether it's immoral or it's indecent. It's the money that, and you find that even parents, the other day I was seeing a photo of this socialite called Vera Sindika going to her parents' house. And I'm like, can you really imagine that this is what your daughter does for a living, and you're okay with it? so long as she's bringing the money to you, so long as she's a dutiful daughter, she gives you money. What she does for a living, it should not matter to you as a parent. You know, we've become so materialistic even with our children, that your child can be doing something which is very shameful, but because she's bringing you the money, or your son can be a wash guy, but so long as he brings you the money, the ends justify the means. So we really need to take a look at ourselves and even our institutions, which are supposed to be championing our morality, like the church, is highly compromised. They take money from these politicians to come and lie to their congregation that God has told them that they should vote for that person. And then they keep on getting gifts from these people, cars, going to State House to get brown envelopes. So we are in a post-truth kind of era with this, our leaders, ourselves, parents, authority figures. It's a tragic state we are in. But you know, if we continue like this, by the way, we'll end up in a very dark place. We need to reevaluate and just change our outlook on life. Thank you.
All right. That is 8 p.m. here at home and PP. I want to hear if I see Andy Amadi is saying, I wish we could look at good governance the way we look at nudity. Wow. Wow. that was unexpected. Sawa mzee, hiyo umeshinda hiyo. Mzee mzima anaitwa Andy Amadi amesema tujiangalie Saidi. Okay, that was good. So we come here every week to talk about this, especially on Fridays when we have this what we call town halls, where people come out and chime what they think about what is going on in this society, and we come talking about the same things every day. And when you listen to what Western Shilao is talking about, you sometimes wonder kuna haja gani, kwa sababu looks like everything we do, we still end up here. So yeah, today Western Shilaho, yesterday the Minister for Foreign the Minister for Labor Mutua announced, I think yesterday, that they will be recruiting for some agency. And of course, Mutua posted his photo. People focused on his photo, the classic Kenyan way. Yeah. So as we are focusing on Mutua's photo anyway, today we saw at KICC there was a whole lot of Kenyan youth just there, and you know that is exactly the photo of what they're depicting. If I just point it out and throw it back to the speakers, and this is the question I wanted to bring on earlier, don't you think their depopulation agenda is looking at this broke youth, sisi wenye hatuna kazi, so that by the time we get to 2027, a majority of you will be in those countries? And remember, when you go to a country like Saudi, or I'm not even going to name them names, there are employers in those specific countries who grab your passport, and we know people go for 4 or 5 years before coming back to the country. Don't you think that is their new plan? What are your thoughts? I'll start with Western if you have something on that, and also the other speakers. Don't you think that is the plan of the depopulation agenda? And also you see my guy Bill Gates is coming here and he's getting immunity. Western.
Yeah, Pepita, one is a government that is hell bent on subjugating its people. First, it condemns them to a life of frustration, destitute, and hopelessness. So those young people you saw, really, those are existential decisions to make. I'm told Warabuni is a matter of life and death. Conditions can be slavish. You know, they could assault you and kill you and stuff like that. But then they ask themselves, if I remain in Kenya, my motherland, what prospects do I have? I graduated 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I'm nowhere getting any, traction as far as gainful employment is concerned. I'll take my chances. So again, it's about the state. It's about the government, because in Kenya, it's like people can actually do without the government. They can do without the government. And indeed, they do without the government. Because the philosophical basis of a government is so that, one, the government saves people from themselves. That disorderliness that would happen when there is no form of organization or political organization. And in the modern times, the government is meant to modernize people's lives. Modernize people's lives. People go to school, they get quality education. After finishing school, well, they figure out what to do with their lives. If they want to get gainful employment, if they want to get into entrepreneurship, if they want to travel abroad, they do it. But it's not that they're making decisions because they have no options in life. So we are seeing manifestations of state decay, even the voting. Mamas or papas in the villages, wake up and go and vote for the same characters we're talking about. It's all designed. It's all designed. Because if your material conditions are improved, if you can figure out from now, 5 years, 10 years from now, that element of stability, then you can sit and listen to the politicians, what they're telling you, and you can tell, no, this one is a scoundrel. I'm not going to vote for this guy. That cannot happen where there's massive poverty, massive inequalities, and a lot of violence that we're seeing currently, both structural and as well as overt violence. It's not possible. So the Kenyan government's policy of pauperization of the citizenry is actually bearing the results they want. So they depopulate, the country. The youth bulge. If you can't do something about them, they are a ticking time bomb. So what do? You offload them to some other place. You sell them these lofty lifestyle in Warabuni or Sweden or Canada or Germany. Lifestyle they can just romanticize. Now, if I get to Germany, my life will turn around, my fortunes will change. Yeah, if somebody has no hope, they get onto some rickety boat and try their luck along the Mediterranean Sea. They try their luck. Some human trafficker tells them, I'm going to help you cross the Sahara. And those kind of risks, we know they can be catastrophic. And indeed, they've been catastrophic. So it is extremely obnoxious for a government official, and in this case, a minister, to be in the front line, campaigning, agitating, and of course, the president himself for, young people, for youth, for the country's manpower to exit, the country. It's completely obnoxious. It's unwarranted. It's against the future of Kenya. But as we've always said, people can be a resource or they can be a risk for you as a government, depending on how you relate to them, depending on the policies you put in place, depending on the governance institutions you put in place. And in our case, the state has decayed, it has atrophied. So the easier way out, you sell youth and young people some dream in somebody else's country, It's like a father encouraging his own children to go and seek refuge in the neighborhood. It's just as bizarre as that. People who are patriotic. I think it was the other day you were talking about patriotism. People are patriotic, and especially a president who is patriotic, government officials and cabinet ministers who are patriotic, they would dare not even pronounce those things publicly. They would dare not do it because it's an affront to their sense of self-esteem, of who they are as a society, as a country. This is cheap labor. Even if you're qualified and you work in a foreign country, you see, you may not have as much rights as the citizens of that country. Talk of Nigerian doctors who are working in the UK, how they do back-breaking shifts. But when they're in Nigeria, it's sold as this El Dorado. Nigeria is collapsed, the healthcare is not working, so you go to Britain, UK. You reach there, Peter, there's no rest. You work round the clock. Some people have crashed their cars while they're driving home because they are like zombies. They don't even know where they're going. But these things, the politicians will not tell you. You find for yourself once you're at the other side. So we have to agitate for good governance, that we cannot outsource that responsibility, and we cannot give up, because giving up means we give up on our lives. Giving up means we give up on our future. Giving up means we bequeath posterity and generations to come a hopeless society. We cannot afford to do that. And we can only do it if we have got clarity of thought and solidarity. But if we dissolve into these meaningless groupings about who is this, which politician and what politician, then they take advantage of that and they continue subjugating us and condemning us to this kind of life of hopelessness, of no job, of no money, of no healthcare, and all sorts of things. So governance and the government, Peter, you can't wish it away. You can't. You can't wish away a government. You cannot wish away the state. There is no country that has changed their fortunes without the state, without the government. It has never happened. So we will not be the first one to make history as a country that bypassed the state, bypassed the government, and achieved so much and became one of the consequential states in the world. It can't happen, and it's not going to happen until we get it right. And our politics, we're not going to get anything else right. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Luka Matoke. The flying question, for those who are not here while I was asking, is we have seen massive marketing of very menial jobs. Of course, people will tell us mnachagua kazi, but yes, these jobs are being peddled around that they are the jobs that are going to save us. And my question here is, what is the goal of sending all of us away? If you look at that group of people who are out there, many people would say, yeah, they're creating jobs. But think about it. If we keep on sending that amount of youth for the next 5 years out of the country, what happens? I don't know what you feel about it. I'm gonna send it to maybe Big Boss. Habari yako Big Boss?
Kaka, habari yangu ni hivyo hivyo tu, kushukuru na kupambana na kuendelea na maisha. Natumai wewe pia upande wako hali nzuri?
Nipo salama, hali njema.
Nimeona kichwa cha habari hapo. Kwa upande mwingine nimebaki na mshangao, ila katika 1, 2, 3 ukimakinika tu kuangalia vitu vinavyoendelea Kenya, ni basi tu ni mchezo sisi tunacheza, lakini inasikitisha. Naweza rudi nyuma nikauliza swali la kejeli. Acha nijaribu kuuliza swali la kejeli. Ile kuna baadhi wale watu waliimba Ruto tosha, yeye ndo anatambua shida nini. Sasa hii mahali alipo sijui anahisi vipi. natamani nivae hicho kiatu nihisi vile wanahisi. Yaani pale tukubaliani yote 9-10 pale, hakuna mtu, hakuna rais, ni kikaragosi tu kimekaa pale, basi tu kinapelekana vile kinajua chenye. Yaani ifike tu time, acha tuongee tu vile kinachotakiwa tuongee, tuache kubanabana kama ambao sisi ni watoto tumewekwa shule. Anaongoza nchi ya Kenya ambayo ina watu milioni zaidi ya 50 kama kijiji cha watu 10. Inasikitisha. Alafu nchi hili jinchi lina wasomi lina nini, lakini wote kuna sehemu wameweka, wanaenda kwa mkumbo yao yanawaendea, yani hata mengine haya. Alafu hili yani mlichukulia tu kama mzaa, lakini hili la muhula wa kuongezwa muda hili lishapita. Hii kuletwa tu kupelekwa kwa meza kuregesha huku ni kutupima sisi bangi na pombe tu, zinapanda zinashuka zinaendaje, lakini hili washapitisha huku. Yani hata uwe mstaarabu, imefika mahali serikali imetufanya sote tunaonekana kama wendazimu, kusema tu si nchi. Kwa imagine sasa unaenda hospitali unateseka, na ulikuwa na kitu inaitwa NHIF na ilikuwa na hela na umeweka kila kitu, unateseka pako unakufia kwa kitanda. Ai jamaa, hata ni tosha. Mungu atujalie tena, majaliwa wiki ijayo labda tutakutana inshallah.
Inshallah, ndugu yangu. Gides, what do you think about that submission on the Ministry of Labor and the way they are flossing with our nani? Wanasema kwamba mnaona vile tunawapeleka ngambo, wanataka kwenda.
I just want to begin by saying the level of despondency in Kenya is inexplicably high. Any position, anything that shows relief to the Kenyans, everyone will scramble for it. That's why, for example, if you set up tents and you want to give away some, donations, say relief food, everybody in the village will scramble there. And so is the case when you float few positions and you say, we want to offer employment. Everybody will go there because the level of unemployment is high in Kenya. Well, that is said and done. I want to ask a couple of questions regarding these positions that are being offered abroad. These are coming through the Ministry of Labor. Question number one is, where is the credibility as far as the existence of those positions are concerned? The question is, the recruitment, is it entirely free? Who are the recruiting agencies? How much money are they making? Okay. We've seen some corporations, some agencies for recruitment of people to go to take positions outside the country. I think there's one that was going around during the time of World Cup, the last World Cup that happened in Qatar, where millions of Kenyans were, lost their money. And the question is, if you look keenly, you see politicians are behind these agencies. The name of one Alfred Mutua has come out severally, in bad light when it comes to him co-owning or being in ownership of some of those agencies. So I think there's also some ulterior motives. Okay, so perhaps there are also some agencies that are going behind who have bankrolled these ministers, say Alfred Mutua, to come and advertise these positions. The other thing I questioned was credibility in terms of, is it a way of bluffing, to show that they are working, but indeed they're doing nothing? The reason I'm asking this is because when Alfred Mutua sat in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he once went to Canada and had a casual talk with the Minister for Immigration then, and spent much of the time, moving around in the streets of Toronto and Vancouver with some prostitutes, or spending the Kenyan, spending money from the public coffers. Then went back and he came up with an imaginary presentation of an imagined discussion that he had with the Minister for Foreign Affairs then, Minister for Immigration in Canada then, someone called Sean or something, which was denounced by the High Commission in Canada, which was denounced by the minister then. So it is true that it could also be a way of bluffing. These are imaginary things. They're not credible. They don't exist. They're money minting processes. They are bankrolled by scandalous agencies. So we need to be careful. The question of brain drain from our country through perpetual recruiting of our young people to go work abroad is a threat. But even if they remain in the country, what do they do? Okay. But even then, is all this process, is it transparent? What are other hands playing in the process? So those are my opinions. So the other thing I just want to add in briefly, I might not have another chance again, is the question of the presidential term. I want to caution Kenyans to be also knowledgeable on what the law says. The Kenyan Constitution, Article 255, lays ground where and how changes on the Constitution can be done. One of the things that it has stipulated is the change of presidential term. It can only be effected through a referendum. I just don't want to say that the discussions, the deliberations by Cherangai and the others are neither here nor there. They could be having other motives. When these committees are sitting down, they're drawing money from the public coffers, so they're enriching themselves. But ultimately, what I want to say is such proposition must be subjected to a popular vote, and we therefore need to understand that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for your weighing in. I see Domi is in the building. How are you doing, Domi? Thanks so much, GDES, for that. And of course, yeah, in our final hour of the show. Domi, can you hear us? Habari yako leo? Domi? Anaitwa Domi Dominic. Alkelbulan Songbird, jambo.
Jambo Pepita, leo umenipata.
Live and direct. Leo nimeweka simu straight.
Okay. So, hii mambo ya kupeleka watu out of the country, for me, I think it's a really, really bad strategy. Najua tumekuwa okay, mimi nataka kuongelea capitalism. You know, capitalism imekuwa, I will say, the biggest problem ya hii dunia sai, such that unapata few individuals want to amass wealth for themselves. Unapata okay, mimi nishaijiuliza kwa nini nafanya kazi kuanzia nimeamka 6 na hadi 6, lakini I'm still not satisfied with what I get. Kenyans work hard. Hata nikiamka 3 nipite hapo Mudhurwa, watu wanafanya kazi. Hata ukilala late, yani tuseme leo natoka tao saa 6 saa 7, watu bado wanafanya kazi. But then you ask yourself, where is the money going to? Who are we working for? That is the question that mimi hujiuliza sana kila siku. And as I ask myself, I came to realize that the things of money making process is not as hard as capitalists want us to believe. They want us to believe it's a hard thing. They want us to believe it's impossible. They want us to make it to know that it's scientific. yet it's not. Na nashindanga tu mimi hiki tu mimi hufanyanga research all the time, because hata hivi vitu kama madawa they're just simple things. They're simple things because zinatoka kwa the things that are around us. Nani anaweza jua manyasi inaweza kwa dawa ya na wanakunywa na wanapona, things like nut grass. Unajua hizi, by then I would want every Kenyan to go and research about grass, wheat grass, nut grass. Hizi ni manyasi zinakonga around us, but they help us in detox. Wazungu watatutengenezea tablets, watutengenezea syrups, tukuje tukunywe. Why? Because they are capitalists, they want to have everything for themselves. Na sisi tusipoanza kujitafutia hii knowledge ya capitalism, we will always be working for them. Unapata kampuni ya madawa inafungwa, we start crying, yet we have nut grass, wheat grass around us, which are antioxidants. Hii ni knowledge yenye I think tukienda shule hakuna mtu atazatupatia. Why? Because capitalists wants to amass wealth for themselves na sisi wengine tubaki nje. In that wanataka sisi wote tuwafanye kazi hata kama itabidi tumeenda out of the country. We go out of the country, we work for big hotels, big pharmaceuticals kama watu wa kusweep. Yet back home in our compound we have things that can actually save us. Nataka kila mtu ashike hizi word, wheat grass, nut grass. Tuende tu research tujue ni kitu gani hizi ndio tunaongelelea. But utapata mzungu anaita sijui Triticum aestivum, Latin name. Ndio tuogope. Wanataka tuogope ndio tusiweze kuingia kwa hiyo line ya capitalism. Yet these things we can actually have them. Mimi naweza kajiuliza kama mtu ako na land that is worth 250,000 acres of land, anaenda anauza huko ushago ndio mtoto aende kusoma maybe Europe or these Western countries. By the kusoma majuu, it's a money making scheme for their government, not for us. Juu after umeshasoma unabaki kutafuta kazi, most probably hawatakuandika kufanya hizo kazi za maybe kama unataka kwa a top engineer, they will employ their own people. Sisi wengine wa Afrika tunabaki kwa hizi kazi za chini chini. Ushaijiuliza kwa nini? Because they want our 250,000 which is our land maybe. Ama mtu mzazi amesave, maybe amechukua loan anaendelea kulipa. Yet 250,000 if we just say tunaenda kutafuta machine ya kuprocess which we grow in our farm, itatuweka mbele. We are entering into capitalism. Na I would want us as Kenyans tuanze kufikiria in line of kama uko kwa chama na tuko maybe for example tuko na ancestral land mahali huko ushago, maybe tuko na mtu mmoja ako na maybe 50 acres na tuko kwa chama, ni heri hiyo merry-go-round tuchange tufike 1 million, tulete machine ya kusift cotton, tujitengeneze our own clothes. Now that is where we will be going forward, rather than kuweka merry-go-round ya kukula tununue fridge. Mimi that is how I think we can go forward. As much as we are getting into the knowledge of our laws, the other thing that can save us is to getting into the knowledge of how we are going to acquire our capital, which is making use of what we have. Mainly land is very, very important, because hapo hata kama watu wanamesha sunflower ama olives, and then tuende tukalete machine ya kupress tutoe mafuta yetu, because right now as we speak most of us we are importing things that we can actually produce in our country. Mimi nilishtuka kujua what is this Zesta, kila mtu anajua kampuni ya Zesta vinegar inatoka South Africa. Vinegar nilishtuka, but hii kampuni ishaikuwa Kenya, yes, but then these things when they get out of the country we have to take our money outside ndio itufikie. Yet we can always circulate among ourselves. Ndio unapata hatuwezi hata sustain movement kwa sababu people have to go to work. But then tukianza kuweka pesa in capital, as in whatever we have, we improve it. It is possible, but then capitalists hawataki tuone it is possible because they want us to work for them, ndio watulipe peanuts so that we can continue working for them. Unapata, I like the way Muslims, not Muslims, mostly Muslims, they can bring money together, walete maybe mafuta kutoka those UAE countries wakuja watuzie. That's very good, that's progressive. But then us, sisi wa Kenya wengine, we need to start working on our capital. Hata kama tunachukua loan, kuchukua loan ya processing is better off than honestly, in my thinking, yes, masomo ni mzuri, but in our age you can always learn online. But hii kuchukua ti masomo unapeleka mtu majuu, that's hapana. Hiyo hapana. Ama sijui kwenda kufanya kazi, hizi makazi by the way tunalipianga. Mimi nishailipia. I know, nishailipia mtu 150k. Nilichukua loan, nikalipa 150k, mtu aende akafanye kazi Qatar, but hakukaa hata miezi 6 alikashatoka huko. And that is my 150k imepotea hivyo. What if hii 150k ningechukua ile cold press, niseme nenda ushago, napanda njugu ama sunflower na kuja kuwafinyia mafuta, isikuwe ati monopoli ya muhindi kutuuzia mafuta. You know, we will be progressing ourselves. So hii idea ya kwenda hata masomo majuu, for me it's a no because they are making money out of us. Most people wenye wanaendanga kusoma majuu hawapatangi hiyo kazi, wanarudingi Kenya kuhustle. Hata kama hawapati kazi, wanakaanga huko kidogo wakijaribu kuonyesha watu vitu ziko sawa, but in real sense kama kuna kazi za Wakenya majuu ni za kufagia, za kuchunga watu wazee, hizi kazi za chini kama ukipata consultancy, unless you are very good at your game, very good, that is when they will employ you. Otherwise they are out to take our money through kutudanganya kuna kazi, kutudanganya kuna masomo yenye will not make us think as capitalists. Pipita yield, maybe if someone has another view on this, they can talk to us and see how we can better ourselves as
Thank you.
youths.
Thank you, Alkebulan, for that as well. And also, I'm glad today I got to listen to you. Domi, sijui kama saizi unaweza tupata.
Aya, mmekuwa mkinisikia by the way?
Tumekuwa tukikusikia. Andy Amadi, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Aya, talk to us. I think Domi bado ako na issue. Domi, clean your network and come back. Talk to us, Andy.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to agree and to commend what the lady who has just spoken. I can't read the name fully. I can see Alkebulan. I'll go with that. You're very right. I completely agree with the way you have analyzed the problem. And we talked about zesta. I just bought hot and sweet sauce, tomato. You know that they import tomato paste. The tomato paste that we use in Kenya is imported from China. The one that is used to make tomato sauce, and yet we have a surplus of tomatoes in the market. 60% of the tomatoes we grow do not even reach the market. They go bad. Tomato paste is made from tomatoes that are going bad. So that technology today is available. That is what capital is today. And I completely agree that we need to build our capital. We need to pool our resources and we need to channel them to production. And it is production that will give us jobs. And we need to be competitive. We stop this thing. The reason I think the industry that we have is second-hand industry. I've done several energy audits across the country, across all spectrums, from telecommunications to the defense, from a GICO to looking at a nuclear power plant. And we are using third generation technology that has been retired. So we can't compete. But today the technology is there. I get it on my timeline. I go to Facebook now, I will see people selling technology that is plug and play, and you can produce whatever you want. Tomato paste, tomato sauce. So when we start to look at them, let's talk about tomatoes. The tomatoes that we import, tomato products, I checked the HS code. We import over $10 million. That's 1.3 billion shillings of something that we already have a surplus in production. What we have are market inefficiencies. They are designed. Our economy was never made for us. We were made to be consumers. It was thought of, it was a business plan. I looked at it. I looked at the business plan of the Imperial British East African Company. That is the blueprint for the Kenyan economy. So to change it, we need to build our own capital. Today, I work in renewable energy. There is billions and billions. It's all foreign money. We look at electric mobility. We are seeing electric vehicles. We are seeing motorcycles. They are all foreign companies. They're all coming here with their interest, with their model, with their capital, and with their employees. The jobs that we are getting, even me as a consultant, I get the very low end. I have just concluded consulting work that I did in 2 months. The money was given to Kenya Power to do the same job. For 3 years, they have not done it with $1.2 million. I'm not even going to say how much I was paid, but it is a small fraction of that amount. And they went to hire foreign consultants. Yet those foreign consultants will come and hire me to come and do the work for them, and they keep the money there because we don't have capital. How we can build capital today is we can monetize value. We can be able to trade between ourselves, circulate the money locally as much as possible. We can do import substitution. We import capital, bring the borehole water pump. That borehole water pump will irrigate 15 acres. That 15 acres will produce 200 tons of product that you can sell, whether it is potatoes, something that we can be able to do locally, that we can be able to do anywhere in this country where there's water underground and there's sun above. So we need to rethink ourselves. We have a conversation with ourselves, and then we see how best can we be players in our own economy and not be spectators. And for me, the first thing is buying. I do not spend my money. I had to get glasses because I could not see where this product is made. I do not spend my money when I can on things that I can get locally. And then we encourage local quality production. Today we have a competitive advantage that the whole world knows, but we are oblivious to it. I met with people from Japan. They were coming here ready to invest in anything solar because we know that the cheapest electricity in the world today is solar during the day in Africa. If we monetized the sun, if we converted the sun that is available into production, I did the calculation for Turkana. The amount of oil that they have underground, you can produce that equivalent of energy using 1% of the land in Turkana. And the value that it will create will be a magnitude of maybe 3 or 4 times. If you look at the lifetime of that investment, it will be 100-fold in terms of production. So we need to shift from consumption. I really like what you said about the chamas. That is pooling funds, but you're pooling funds to consume, pool funds to consume, to produce. We need to look at our young people who are spending 100 shillings a day, every day, taking a bet in the hope that they will be able to build capital. But it is a losing game because their probability of getting anything is very low. In economics, those are called high risk investors. We can pool that money the same way that you can bet on Arsenal losing or Manchester United winning or losing. They both tend to do more losing and giving people tears at the end of the day. You can bet on a company making a profit within a period of time and you get dividends on that. That 100 shillings can be converted into a share. The reason that we can't do it, our Nairobi Securities Exchange is dead. We don't have an exchange. That's how they raise capital in the developed world. We don't have one. But today we have technology. Today we can move away from a centralized control system like the Capital Markets Authority, who give or assign value, and move to a decentralized system that nobody controls, but you can be able to make an investment. You can make, I was just talking to a developer earlier today, they can break down a share to 4 decimal points. So if I'm selling my share at 130,000 shillings, you can buy for 100 shillings. And with that 100 shillings, it can multiply. You can retain the earnings for 3 years, and in 3 years' time, you'll have built some capital to invest some more. So these are things that we are not taught in schools. These are things that, for me, I was forced into business because I studied and came. I was lucky to get a job, but I did not count on it. I had to leave the job early and go into business and then to learn it on first principles. We don't need to repeat that for all the people who are graduating. We need to give a footing where they can be able to come the way you are, bring your mind, bring your labor, bring your passion, bring your interest, and we monetize that. The human being, the human resource that we have, that is our richest wealth. The sun is secondary to the wealth that we have in our people. Unfortunately, this idea of exporting people, to some extent, in the short term thinking, it seems to make sense. But in the long term, you are losing. We are losing in two ways. One, we're losing time. People going abroad are not developing. They're making money, but very many of them are not developing. We are losing expertise. Those who go and they get comfortable there, they get opportunities, they're not coming back. When their money comes back, it is consumed. It is not turned into production. So we can break down these barriers of trust. We can start to value our people, put our money where our mouth is, invest in people. I like also what she said, that you can do a lot of learning. If Diego could learn how to throw a javelin and win a gold medal, how much more can we learn on how to produce and make a profit? So we have the tools, we have the knowledge, we have the interest, we have the what Michael Joseph called peculiar. Peculiar is good because we are disruptive and we can be able to turn our fortunes around. As for this thing of the term limits, that is stage 2 of going into a dictatorship. Once the elections are pushed to 7 years, you will never have another fair election again. You get ready to listen to the news like it is 1988, and this time be prepared to hear the words president for life. So the political side of things, again, we have to look at it into context, is still a business. If we don't understand the business model that we are in, we will be looking at the wrong thing. Our liberation that we need is an economic liberation, and that liberation will come from us being very intentional about how we can do it. And it's there, it is possible. Myself, I've done the work, I've done the conceptualizing. I've written a white paper 7 years ago, exactly on the 17th of October 2017. And in this paper, we challenged the basis of capitalism. Capitalism works on two fronts. There's the financial, the economic, and there's the political. the concept of validity is given by the political. And the political, if you want to use another term for it, is basically force. Our police force, the manual for training our police that is still being used today in Kiganjo, was created by the Imperial British East Africa Company for their security guards to guard their property. So if we want to get our political liberation, we need to get our economic liberation. And our economic liberation will come from production. And I believe sincerely from the bottom of my heart to my toes that everybody in this country has something to offer, can produce something, can be able to move from whatever station you are in to a better place. It has been done. China has done it in 30 years. They have moved over 600 million people from poverty to the middle class. We can be able to do it, but we need to be intentional about it. It's not going to happen by chance. It's not going to happen by aid. It's not going to happen by the current political class. It's going to happen by us having a conversation with ourselves, making the decisions, and then taking the next action that will materialize to the desired goal that we want to achieve. And this goal has to be very selfish. You need to be very selfish. You have to have your own personal goals, and the aggregation of our personal goals. I call this the gross domestic desire. If we were to express what we want financially, I don't know about happiness. Talking about financially and economically. If we are to say what is it that we want, our gross domestic desire per capita will be up by over 20, 50 times. We want the same things that they want, that they have in those countries, but we can't have them because of poor governance. So the way that I see this working is an economic liberation, a renaissance, if you want, around the economy, and one that moves defiant of the system in a hostile policy environment, one that is determined by the resolve of the individual. So that is my goal. That is my plea. Be selfish, be greedy for yourself, and look at how you can grow yourself and the collective. Then we can be able to see how we can collaborate, how we can reduce the barriers to collaboration. And the biggest barrier to collaboration is trust. So trust is a currency, and trust is something that is granted initially at some level, but then it is earned. The reason that we are having the political problems that we have is that we have lost trust in the leadership. It was never there. It was never for us. So we were, to put the words of Jaramogi, not yet Uhuru, and we still aren't, but we can. And for me, I choose to remain defiantly optimistic. Asanteni.
Thank you. That was very powerful, Andy. And I'd like you to also maybe show up here constantly so that people can also get to understand and also dig into your wealth of knowledge. You can also share your link of your white paper so we can read to it. Domi, I see you raised your hand up. Finally, yeah.
Nilikuwa naingia then nikaingia call. Sorry man.
Yeah, talk to me.
Okay, so finally I'm back. Ninaangalia history nimekuwa nikifuatilia. Tukianza kutoka huko au hizo jobs wanasema. So I think me on my side kitu naona hizo jobs wanasema mostly za kwenda nje ya country ni they want to deviate the real goals of the Gen Zs na youth. Juu wamepata youth ndio wako na wave sahi. Youth ndio wameanza kujiunderstand. But sasa wanataka kuleta hii issue like wanataka kutuleta ni kazi. Wanajua nayo Kenya kuna kazi. So the thing is wanataka walete hii kitu like sasa kazi imejitokeza, watu wako wanakimbia na papers zao, watu wako wanafuata hiyo wave, so that in the case of this mayouth wako busy kufanya kitu hata hakuna hizo kazi zenye hata si wase wote watapata. Unaona, in other way youth sahi wengi wao wameanza kuanzisha biashara of which ni good way mali tunaelekea, but sasa gava yenyewe ndio mnaona inataka kuturudisha tena nyuma in a way that tunaanza biashara tunatafuta pesa, tuna borrow. Sasa tunatafuta our leaders wenye tumeweka kama politician. The politician tunadhani wao ndio tunaamini wao ndio watu wetu, kumbe wao ndio wana act kama blockers, wanaenda kuwa the middlemen so that they gain. Hii pesa tukiweka hivi, tunaambia politician ama leader wetu tuko na pesa fulani hapa. Tukimleta anaona hii ni biashara imejipa. Anaingilia katikati so that ana link na any other company so that they make profit from there. So leadership yetu saa hii hatuna ma leaders. Wasa waingie huko kwa leadership politics. Ni politics ambao wameamua ni biashara so that they gain. Ndio maana in a way that tukikuja hii 7 terms yenye wanataka 7 years ni kugain. Manze, ebu angalia ni project gani inaanzishwa haina allocated money, ni project gani inaanzishwa in a state of the country haina wase wa finance wanapika budget na planning yote so that useme eti kuna project hazina pesa. No one. Hizo project zote hadi ukifuatilia Morara bila anafanya nini anaonyesha hizo stuff. Kila project iko na do, but people within, kuna watu wako katikati ambao wanachukua. So ndio mseme eti kienda 7 years ndio pesa itapatikana na pesa yenyewe inakwanga allocated. I don't think so, because every project ikianza there is money yenye inakwanga. Hata engineers wanaanza na pesa yao ndio wanafanya nini, wanalipwa knowing that the government iko na pesa, but in between ndio kuna issue inatokea. So watu wanastahili kujua on civic education, sisi ndio government. Si eti tunapea ma politician seats huko mbele alafu wanaenda wanawacha wanasema tumempea hiyo miaka lakini tupatane next time. Hii time tunasema tutupatane huko, yeye ni kumana pesa yetu. So it is our role kujua we are the government. Sisi ndio tunaamua na sisi ndio tunastahili kufuatilia our country. He is just a representative. She is there to stand for us. Juu vitu mingi tax ni yetu, vitu mingi ni zetu, sisi ndio tunaweka huko. Unaona? So gava inataka iturudishe nyuma, gava inataka haitaki tusonge manze. Gava inataka tuone sisi ndio tumeanza kuchanuka, inaanza kudeviate. Inaanza kututoa on the right track because these guys are in business. They go there not to lead us but to grow their business na wapate do. Ndio maana unapata the other day tulikuwa tunapata mining inaendelea Savo chini ya maji na Wakenya hawajui. The other day tunajua tuko na mafuta Turukana kidogo kidogo, tunaambiwa inasimamishwa ama imepotea kiaje. Ndio maana kuna ma big fish. So tukianzisha in a plan of a group, tukianza hivi tuki-include an hour of our leaders, tunadhani ndio tunaamini, kumbe yeye ndiye anataka kubenefit, anaamua anatuangusha sisi wote. So it is our duty mavijana na all of us to stand up, tusimame with our nini, tukiwa na ile curiosity ya kutaka ku create employment na kutaka ku build companies. That is what I have for today.
Right, thank you Domi for that. Naona rafiki yangu Aguko amefika. How are you doing Huntington? Aguko, jambo.
I'm very much okay Pipi. Today nimelazimika kuongea nikiwa kwa barabara. I'm heading home actually.
Ongea,
I
tunakupata
hope
ndugu
you're getting
yangu.
me.
Tutajikaza
Sawa.
kukusikia. Talk to us.
Nikipotea uniambie. Nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi Pipi. Pipi, me all along I usually discourage the story of going abroad to work. Just the way my colleague has said behind there. Jamaa amepeana very good presentation because ukiangalia hapa chini I came to discover that you can do a lot. Hata saa hii nilikwambia the challenges zenye nilikuwa nazo, nikaacha job za kuajiriwa, nilitafuta dudi, I'm doing my own things. Saa hii nimeingia agriculture, nilitafuta shamba kukodesha along the lake and vile nilitoa mazao ya kwanza niliona iko sawa because as at for now I'm looking for market ya kuuza. Unaona, na ni kitu yenye haiharibiki, nimeistore hapo. I'm very much sure one day I'll get a market na nitapata good return. So kama tunaweza concentrate on such kind of things, kama tungekuwa na hata the likes of companies zenye zinataka hiyo kitu yenye unatoa tu hivi, they are ready to buy. That is a very good move. Instead of telling us that we go abroad, unaenda kulipwa 30k ama 40k, yet tuko mbali na nyumbani in case of any.
Aguko, you have dropped. Ala, Aguko. Jambo, Aguko.
Yes, pipi, unanipata?
Sasa umerudi ya.
Sasa chenye nilikuwa nakwambia, chenye nafaa tuelimishane is how we can get these things, because ukiongoja government iwafanyie nini, iwafanyie like kuwaletea those machines and everything, as what we are just requesting is a conducive environment just to do business. Tukipata conducive environment ya kufanya biashara, we are just okay to go. Hata si lazima atupe job. That is a way of getting job. Mwenye akona akili atapata kazi, atafanya kazi yake na atakuwa ako sawa, instead of telling us that we are taking people abroad. Why? Mbona uchukue our labor, ile nguvu yetu yenye tuko nayo saa hii, the way now, as at for now, I'm very much productive than in 40s. Mbona unichukue saa hii at my 20s unipeleke huko abroad, yet saa hii ndio niko very productive, naweza nikakusaidia kujenga nchi. So me, I totally disagree with the government on that, and I'm encouraging most of the youth, let us look for opportunities. Opportunities are not a must to get employment. Let us look them through so many ways. Me, I'm doing delivery in Nairobi. Yet, I said that only delivery is not enough. I'm also venturing into agriculture. So that is another opportunity I've seen somewhere. So let us just concentrate on how we can grow on day by day, and not to just be there because we went to school.
Ni kama tumepoteza Aguko. Sijafurahia bana, sijafurahia. Yeah, Aguko is on inaitwa mobile automobile ile is on a Batmobile. Aguko.
Yes, Titi, unanipata?
Nakupata kwa sasa. Ulikuwa umepotea ndugu yangu. Network
Sawa, ndio
yako
maana nilikuwa
mbovu.
na
Yeah.
hiyo network. I'm moving na frequency haiwezi kuwa the same nikimove. So ndio maana nasema as I learned, my brothers and sisters, inafaa tujihadhari sana. Let us just pray things go right, but as we pray things to go right, we are also supposed to be looking opportunities to grow yourself. Usiongoja tutapewa, hakuna mwenye atakupea. As we are right now, wengine waliuziwa mashamba ndio wasome. As we are speaking, hakuna kitu yoyote home. Just remember that when you everywhere you are, just remember, like, just assume hata kama kuna kitu nyumbani, just assume there is nothing. Just grow yourself, because hiyo yenye huko nyumbani kuna wenye wako either nyuma yako ama wenye wako mbele yako pia wanaitegemea. Asante sana pipi.
Asante sana Aguko for that as well. Asante kwa hiyo submission Domi Big Boss, nimekuona pale Luka. I don't know if Luka has any final words for us. Luka? Okay. Andy. Not Andy, I wanted to say Weston. Weston, maybe from what you've had Andy submit, do you think we need to dig now to brains like Andy who have written these white papers and dive deep into them, Mama?
Peter, yes, the struggle calls for intellectual labor. Penning things, putting stuff on paper, that's part of clarity of thought. But the most unfortunate thing is that at the end of the day, these things need a particular environment for them to thrive. Ideas are like seedlings. And as it was the speaker, Andy, put it quite correctly. We've got a government that is averse to ideas, is averse to thinking, is averse to innovation. Anybody who tries to do stuff on their own, they come down heavily on you. Why? Because they have to control you, and to control you, to control people, you're going to ensure that you keep this capitalism thing, means and ways of people bettering their lives through inventions, innovation, how they can bring their ideas to fruition. Industrialization. These are individual exploits. Even in the US, it's people who do those things. Our government, if you may call it as such, it's very problematic, does not tolerate that. It doesn't. They will come ask, did you get this certificate? Did you get that certificate? Did you do this and that? Have you paid tax? And I mean, so we have to do those things. We have to pen those things on paper, but we cannot go far with these individuals in power. Because, Peter, if you've got people who have got so much money in a given society, which they cannot account for, they will always block those people who want to make money through their own efforts without looting anybody's property, plundering any coffers. They will block that. They will. So crime becomes a way of life. And people want to do things honestly. They are stigmatized and they're frustrated until they abandon, whatever they are doing. So it is an imperative to get rid of a government that is detached from its people's aspirations. It's an imperative for the simple reason that you cannot outpace a dysfunctional government. You cannot outpace a government that is not receptive to people's efforts and blow wind in those people's efforts. People like Samsung, these multinationals we're seeing around from South Korea, those were, private companies. The government had to support those companies to make them competitive globally, to incentivize those companies, not to tax them and to propel them to become, like as it were, the face of South Korea across the world. Here in Kenya, Peter, if you try to do something, they will crush you. And when they crush you, they bring some multinational in Kenya. The other day, there was somebody who used to, a particular soft drink, Softer, I think it's called Softer or something. He was narrating his story, how he was frustrated until he had to abandon that venture. How the state was in cahoots with the Coca-Cola, frustrating him, left, right, and center until it became completely prohibitive and completely uneconomical to continue that venture. That is it. Just we want to promote Coca-Cola, we want to promote a multinational, we want to promote Elon Musk, we want to promote Bill Gates. We even treat him like the way diplomats are treated, the Geneva Conventions about diplomats and that diplomatic immunity. You grant that kind of privilege to economic hitmen and women. It's bizarre. Only in our country would you find people doing that. So, Peter, not with this kind of thinking we have in government. Not with it. It's not receptive. It's not geared towards supporting people's individual efforts. It's only the state. That's why people want to be employed in government. The other day, Peter, I heard this story firsthand, and perhaps you've heard about it, that in the Kenyan government, just by traveling around, you may go to Naivasha, you go to Mombasa, and then for a week, you may go to Spain or South Africa or US. When you come back home, Peter, you've got 1 million in terms of per diem. You've not done anything. You are just sitting in a meeting. You may not even have spoken. You are not even a resource person. But by the time you go back to Kenya, your bank account has ballooned by 1 million. And if you're a big shot, it could run even into millions, Peter. Those kind of people will not promote innovation. Those kind of people will not promote invention. Those kind of people have no regard for intellectual property. Those kind of people will not tolerate thinking and ideas because it puts to shame the kind of decadence they're involved in. You're just raking in money and you're not doing anything. There's no productivity. The trip you made to the US or Spain or London, it has got zero relevance to the people of Kenya. But you just go read your bank account. It's ballooning. What is that? That's decadence. It's decadence. You know, those are people who have no soul. While at the same time, people have no medicine in hospitals. They don't. At the same time, there's food insecurity. At the same time, schools are falling apart. But that is it. So Andy, as he said, defiantly optimistic, correct. We will do it regardless. We will think regardless. We are going to innovate regardless. But we know that we are arranged against overwhelming odds, because this government is supposed to support people when they're doing marvelous things. In actual sense, they don't. Pipita, we've heard that you've set up some manufacturing plant here. What is the state of health of this thing you're doing? They come to you and bring you those things about, NEMA, the environment people. Well, in actual sense, with them, when the so-called investors from abroad come, they never subject them to that. They can pollute rivers. They can discharge all sorts of waste, including carcinogenic waste, into neighborhoods. They will not be asked those questions. But they'll ask you, have you fulfilled NEMA regulations? Have you? Have you fulfilled whatever regulation? They come with 1,001 regulations. So you can't break even. You can't. Have you paid your electricity bills? They just slam you with the bill. You wonder, what was I doing with this money? Now, have you paid it? Have you paid protection fee? Characters who just come and Pipita, we want to protect you. Protect me against what? No, this thing you're doing, Mukuba does not like it, so we'll protect you. No, come on, man. Come on, man. So that is the challenge we have, Pipita. We have a government that does not want to see people prosper. It doesn't. So you must get employed in government. And to get employed in government, most likely your relative, your father or somebody must have been employed there before. So you're going to get employed there. If you don't, you're not going to break in. And if you're not part of the government, you must ensure that you're connected, related in one way or another with somebody who's in government. Big shot. Mkubwa amesema hivi. Mkubwa amenituma hapa hivi. Hii barua imetoka kwa mkubwa. We can't run a country like that. We cannot. So if I don't know mkubwa, what do I do? What do I do if I don't know mkubwa? If I don't know OCS or whatever, some big person in the police force, what do I do to protect me? Nifanye nini? That is the challenge, and that's why when people say, what is the solution? Peter, you cannot come up with solutions when your government is not invested in a well-being. Those will just be your solution. You can sleep over them, but they'll not go anywhere. They won't. They won't. How many times have you heard about young people are told, you bring a proposal on this and that idea? Okay, they have submitted a proposal to the government. They wake up the following day, they see that idea flying with somebody. And they're not even acknowledged. The intellectual property has been stolen. How many times? And you can't lay claim to it. How? Did you register it somewhere for you to claim that this is your intellectual property? But they asked you to make a submission, to present a proposal on how to do one or two things. You did it as an individual, or as a group. You wake up the following day, that idea is flying somewhere. They are not even acknowledging you. They will say, no, you can't fight the government. They will tell you that. That is the idea. Yeah, they don't pay you. What do you do? Peter, I'm not saying we become despondent. I'm just saying we become acutely aware of the environment, the milieu within which we have to organize our lives. It is vicious against people. It's vicious against the well-being of the people of Kenya. And therefore, until we remove that rampart, it becomes problematic. And that's how it has been since time immemorial. It didn't start yesterday. It started The way Andy's putting it, the colonial times, way before, still around. These are neo-colonialists, these people we have. These are neo-colonialists. Thank you, Pepita.
Thank you for that, Western Shilaho. Andy, thank you so much for your tip hapo kwenye show. Of course, you can also support the show on 0721948229. Andy, maybe final words for us before we call it a week, so that we can break for the weekend. We'll be back here on Monday. Andy. I don't know if Andy can hear me.
Sorry, I was looking for the button to unmute myself. No, thank you. I think this is a good and very necessary conversation. I really commend the work that you're doing, and I urge us to continue, at the very least, thinking about it. Thinking about, number one, is what can. There's so many things we don't have. We don't have resources. We don't have power. We don't have like I was talking about, things like the security. We have an oppressive system. But then what do we have? What do we have that they cannot take from us? And I think for me, the thing that I have found that we all have at some very deep level is that desire. And I say desire is more powerful than survival. We need to move from survival to desire better, and to desire knowing that we deserve. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy. Big boss. Sijui kama umeenda ama vipi tufungie wiki?
Kaka, kwa kwenda huwa siendi kokote, manake tunaenda na utaratibu mpaka tutakapokamilisha shughuli, na tunapokamilisha shughuli kuna mchakato ulikuwa unazungumziwa hapo, unapeleka watu nchi za mbali kufanya kazi. Je, mazingira wanayofanyia kazi mnayafuatilia kuyajua? Yaani hapo tu bado swala liko pale pale. Hatuna serikali, hatuna viongozi, watu hawana roho. Tuwaache hivyo, kila mbuzi hali tu kwa urefu wa kamba yake. Sisi tunaojuana na tunajaliana, Mwenyezi Mungu atujali. Fueni na uzima, tukutane tena inshallah akiwa hai. Manake pumzi za sasa nazo tunasahau kifo, lakini kifo nacho hakitusahau. Ndo neno tu la mwisho brother. Mungu akuweke zaidi na baadhi wote wasikilizaji.
Na atuweke. Asanteni sana kwa kila mtu ambaye amesikiza kwenye show siku ya leo, everybody who has come out to support, of course. I see Andy has shared his white paper. I've just retweeted it. You can read it on the decentralized monetary systems to create jobs in autonomous economy. I'm definitely going to find time to see into that. Of course, thank you so much. Also, Honorable Corina said we should reduce it to 4 years. I oppose the proposal. Same. And of course, that is all I can bring for you this week. Thank you so much for being supportive. This week has been quite hard, but I'm glad that we're back. And on Monday, we will be back live kama kawaida. Asanteni sana. Have a great one. Good night.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pippi.